Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Yay! Hi, morning. Welcome to Sewing Street. It's nearly Christmas. I'm getting excited. It's getting very exciting. It is nearly Christmas. This is Thursday Sewing Street and I'm Stuart Hillard. It's wonderful to have your company. We've got a bumper day ahead of us. We're all getting very, very giddy here. Do send in your messages and... Hello, what was that? Was that Santa? Was that Santa? I heard bells. I heard bells. He's here. No, do get in touch and let us know what you're up to. Are you ready for Christmas? We're going to start, as we do always, with our early bird. I think they may be robins. Oh, they should be robins. Our early bird is a 3-metre cut of white cotton fabric. It's a white cotton. Now, we've said it's a backing bundle. This is your regular width, 44-inch wide. Beautiful quality, Rose and Hubble, white solid. This is the kind of thing I turn to all the time, especially when I'm working with something like Tilda or scraps or something pretty, or, you know, where I want that lovely glowy white background. You're getting half a metre for free. It's our early bird today. You make a £4 saving, bringing it under £19. That's brill. £18.74 for 3 metres. Oh my goodness, but that makes it, what, £6.25? £6.25 per metre, which is absolutely phenomenal value. £6.24 per metre. Now, I can remember in, gosh, I think it was about 1996, going to a quilt shop and buying solid fabric. I'd been inspired by Amish quilting, and I paid £6 a metre for solid fabric in about 1996. Not 1900, Hannah. Look, it's 3 metres. This is half the width. This is half the width. It's folded in half. It's all of this. I mean, a 3 metre even this. This is enough for a whole quilt, mixed with something like a jelly roll or a strip roll, or even a charm pack, something like my Spring in Oslo pattern from Make 100 Quilts would be absolutely gorgeous. Look, there's so much fabric. This is the start. Are you ready? Here we go. Here we go. All of this. There is oodles. There's absolutely oodles of this. It's 100% cotton, beautiful quality. It's my go-to. It's my absolute go-to. Beautiful, crisp, solid white fabric. A quarter of the stock's already gone. Remember, you're making a £4 saving, but what that does is it brings the per metre price down to £6.24 per metre. If you make and sell, remember, this can often be where your profit is. You know, you highlight, you show off the designer fabric, the pattern fabric, little of that, lots of that, and it brings the whole price of your project down. You get loads here. You get absolutely loads. Look, here we go, right from the start. All of this beautiful fabric. Once you've all checked out your baskets, half the stock has gone. How much in baskets, Hannah? Absolutely loads. Yeah, loads more in baskets. Do check out your baskets, won't you? A quarter of the remaining stock now is in baskets. We've got about 25% of the stock left. This is going to sell out. Brilliant, brilliant way to start the day with a really useful, usable early bird. It's 3 meters of white cotton solid from Rose and Hubble. So about 44 inches wide. Great, we've called it a backing bundle, but to be honest with you, this is your go-to. This is your stash builder. This is your designer fabric extender. You know, that's how I use solids, particularly white, cream, tan, black. They're all such useful colours, and they can take your strip roll, your jelly roll, from what would make a lap quilt on its own to a double bed quilt with this 3 metre for an extra $18.74. Right, let's do the menu and see what's coming up today. It's a doozy. We're starting off 8 a.m. with rainbow fabrics, my absolute favourite colour of all time. Now at 9 o'clock, he's in the building. It's Mr. Strictly, Adam Brooks, with the Tamarack Jacket pattern by Grainline Studios. It's a quilted jacket. It is just right for patchworking, for quilting, just for doing in something like denim as Adam has. It's gorgeous. Great, brilliant range of sizes in that pattern too. Now at 10 o'clock we've got sewing room tools. I'm going to be showing you some of my favourite rulers and a few ideas for getting the most out of them. That's at 10. Now at 11 o'clock we've got the Donny Shirt Pattern by the Friday Pattern Company with Adam. That is glorious. But also, I've got to tell you, we've got faux silk William Morris and viscose William Morris for under £20. That's for the bundle. Is it 2 metres, Hannah, or 2.5? We'll find out. It's a lot of 2 metres for under £20, faux silk and viscose. Absolutely beautiful fabric bundles in that hour. You might want to jump ahead. Then at 12 o'clock, we've got homeware kits. So in the new year, I always like to do a bit of a freshen up in the house, make a few new cushions, maybe some baskets or boxes, maybe a few little things for the kitchen, just to freshen the place up. We've got loads of lovely projects at 12 o'clock for that. Now I need to say good morning to Gemma, who says, good morning, John. John? Gemma? Oh no, and then she says, good morning, Stuart. Bless your heart, my darling. I love you now. Claire says, good morning, Stuart and all. Jan says, good morning, Stuart. And team. Now, my team today, by the way, we've got Dan, who's directing. We've got, there they are, there's Dan. Hey. Oh, very nice, very Italian. And then we've got Hannah, who's producing. Hi, Hannah. Oh, the reluctant TV star. And I've got Levi on floor. Hey, Levi. There he is. Look. Little action shot there. He's back in his trackies. Actually, he's not today. He's in cargo pants, which are lovely. Well done. Very nice. That's my team today. And of course, the fabulous Adam Brooks will be joining me in less than an hour. Now, remember, our gorgeous early bird today was the 3 metre bundle of white cotton fabric. Last few chances there. Do get in touch with us at the studio as well, won't you? Message the studio at sewingstreet.com, especially if you want to send in photos. You can also go to the website, www.sewingstreet.com, and then you can message us there as well. Click on Watch Live. There we are. You can send a little message. Hey, Hannah. You can also scroll down and see what's already been shown and what's coming up. We've got the brand new Dreams collection from Lewis and Irene in this hour. They are beautiful, beautiful blenders. We've also got some fabulous solids. We've got some great mottles, and we've also got a really funky by the half meter from Hoffman of California. These are so cool. They look like granny squares to me. Is anyone else getting that vibe? They look like crochet, but they're not. Anyway, and then scroll down, you'll see things like the Tamarack Jacket pattern, gorgeous. You've got your fabric bundles. The fabric bundles for that hour are also incredible value. Look at that, $17.99 for a bundle, £20.74. That's for the bundle. Really cool. Great chance to stash up, actually. We've got some great quilt tools. Remember, I'm going to be doing some demos in the hour, showing you how to use some of those rulers, including that one right there, which is the 60-degree triangle ruler, which is great fun. I'm showing you how to use that. And there might be a little couple of sneaky price crashes as well. I'm just going to drop that into the conversation. Also got the calico bundle. Now, in the William Morris, you can see there's a faux silk or a viscose option in most of the bundles. So have a look at that. Faux silk, slightly trickier so than your viscose. If you're a beginner, go for the viscose. It'll give you a very similar look and feel. If you're a little bit more experienced, go for the faux silk option. But I mean, look at that. 2 metre bundle for under £20. It's absolutely fabulous. Sandra, good morning, my darling. It's blowing a hoolie outside today, she says. So I'm staying on the couch and my blankie watching you. Sandra in soggy Glasgow. Sandra, I love that you called it a blankie. You're definitely my team. Sherry says, good morning, Stuart. I love your presenting. You're always lively and enthusiastic. Thank you, darling. It's caffeine. And joy as well. Merry Christmas. Mwah. Merry Christmas and a very, very happy New Year to you too, my darling. Jan says morning to Stuart and team as well. Lovely to hear from you all. Let's get straight into it then, shall we? This is a beautiful, beautiful brand new bundle from Lewis and Irene. It's making me twitch at the moment, and you know why. It needs rainbowing. This is a brand new collection from Lewis and Irene. And can I just say, well, there's no price at the moment because you're going to make a massive saving. You're going to absolutely love this. Let's show you where it should be. This is where it should be. Okay, in this bundle, by the way, you are getting 12 half meters. This is a brand new collection, £7.99 a half meter. So still very affordable. Right, should be £95.88. That is absolutely stunning, isn't it? Let me just move that out of the way. There we go, that's better. Right, should be £95 and 98 pence. You're not paying anything like that. Check this out. Oh my goodness me, that is a great saving. £79.90. Oh, I always say to Hannah, don't tell me the crashes. I want it to be genuine. That is amazing. That is fantastic. It's brand new. This is your palette, and it is fresh. It is zingy. It is bright and beautiful. I'm just going to open out one of the fabrics so you can see. It's called Dreams. And, I mean, what are dreams made of if not clouds? And smoke and the sky and everything that's just out there. It's got, well, for me it reads as clouds, but it could also be, you know, little, almost like spongy blotches, sort of like sponge painted. It's soft, it's gentle. They could be flowers, it's almost meadow-like. It can be whatever you want it to be, but it's multi-tonal. Yes, on blue it would look like waves, wouldn't it? On green it perhaps looked like trees. I've got fewer than 30 of the bundle. It is brand new today. I've just been getting loads of lovely, excitable emails from Lewis and Irene about this new collection. It is beautiful. It's so usable as well. Let me show you all the colours again. And Hannah, do we have colour names for them? Or shall I just make them up? We are going to do them by the half metre, but, I mean, just beautiful. There's bright green, I know that. Bright green, bright pink, cream, dark blue, grey. Do you know, I love it when people aren't, like, super extra about colours. Because I always am, aren't I? Let's be honest. I was like, teal surprise. And island blue, that's got to be this one here. That's Caribbean blue, isn't it? Jade, good. Light pink. Orange, good. Tell it like it is. Purple. red, and yellow. Well, you know what? It does exactly what it says on the tin, doesn't it? Exactly what it says on the tin. I've got fewer than 25 of these now. They're hopping into baskets like left, right and centre. Left, right and centre. Sandra's got back in touch to say she's happy to be part of Team Stuart. Sandra, that is fabulous. Maria says, morning, gorgeous Stuart. Have a lovely Christmas. Got a bit more shopping to do. Didn't want to go out. It's so windy here in Somerset. Don't go out. Don't go out. Stay with me. That is gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. Now, remember, you're getting half a metre in each. I'm going to open one up so you can see. You get a total of 12 half metres, so 6 metres in total. You are getting a whole metre for free. You're saving $15.98. On a brand new collection, that is fabulous. And also, you know, on a collection of 12 pieces, we're not asking you to buy 20 or 25. You're making a whole metre saving. That's your half metre piece. Super usable. And also as well, what's lovely is whether you cut it really small or whether you're using this maybe for borders, bindings or block backgrounds, you know, it's going to work at whatever scale you cut this. Love the multi-tonal nature of it as well. It means that it's really going to go with lots of different pinks, for example, or lots of different blues. Less than 20 opportunities now with this collection. Less than 20 left. Well done if you've managed to get yours. I think that's a bit of a Oh, I've got 18 left. I've got 18 left. Everyone's checked out their baskets this morning. Well done. Gemma's got in touch to say, love your jumper. Thank you. Got a different one for tomorrow. Sue's got in touch, who's in Merseyside, to say, good morning, Stuart. So delighted to see you on the show this morning. Just to say, I treated myself last week to a Morris large quilt kit. It's brilliant. I think, you're really cold. It's I suspect it's brilliant. Well done you. It's lovely to treat yourself at this time of year, isn't it? There's so much about sort of buying things for other people, buying gifts for other people. But I say, look after number one. No, I do think, you know, it's all about looking after yourself, isn't it? Self-care. Hannah's been an absolute tinker to me today. She really, look at her. That wicked evil laugh. Yeah, if we do a panto, Hannah, you're definitely playing the wicked stepmother or the evil fairy or something. You're an absolute tinker. You'd enjoy being the villain, wouldn't you? With that evil laugh. I love it. Nothing wicked about this apart from the price. It's amazing. You're saving almost £16 on a brand new collection from Lewis and Irene. Now, I talked about these as blenders. And I mean, yes, most of us, I think, would use them as blenders. But also, there is a whole genre of quilting now, isn't there, about using tonal fabrics. If you think the sort of Alison Glass style prints, those sun prints, where you really make a feature of those sort of pure hues. Susan's got in touch from Merseyside to say, yes, Stuart, I wanted to say it's brilliant. And as it's Christmas, I felt I deserved a treat. Sue, you deserve treats all year round. Whatever makes you happy. Merry Christmas, my darling. We'll come back to this shortly, but just be aware that mega bundle will probably sell out in the next few minutes. So if you want it, grab it. Right, let's do it by the half metre. Where should we start? We absolutely can start with jade. Yeah, the jade's gorgeous. It's that gorgeous kind of rich, turquoisey, tealy, aquamarine, and that is definitely giving me those sort of underwater vibes. It's giving me some mermaid vibes there too. Absolutely delicious. But it's also really rich. This would look amazing with things like tans, golds, rusty browns, chestnuts as well. Roasting on an open fire. Sounds yummy. I had sprouts, like almost like stir-fried sprouts on a chestnut puree last week. I love sprouts. Charlie hates sprouts. He gobbled them down. They were so delicious. Thank you, Spuds and Berries. They were amazing. That's the restaurant. Spuds and Berries. It's very northern. Spuds and... Oh, I like that. Have that as like a detective series called Spuds and Berries. That was Director Dan's suggestion, by the way. And back to fabric. What would you do? Beautiful jade green, giving me so many different vibes there. Absolutely luscious. Kerry's got in touch to say, good morning, Stuart. Off work now until the 2nd of January. Hurrah! Kerry, that should be illegal. That's amazing. Well done, you. Tomorrow's my last day, and I'm back on New Year's Eve, which is 8 days off, which I think is pretty stonking. That's great, isn't it? So what would you do with jade, Hannah? Oh, binding, beautiful. Yeah, reds would be lovely. Those kind of reds, warm browns, chestnuts. Dan? A pillow. A pillow. He's trying hard. He's trying hard. Well done, Dan. Next one. Next one. Island blue. Take me to the island. Oh. This is definitely giving me kind of Caribbean blue, isn't it? It's the colour of the sea. It's like swimming pool blue. And again, look at the detail in this fabric because it's absolutely fabulous. You've got those kind of, you know, darker blues, those lighter blues. Do you see these little speckles as well? There's a lot of detail in there. You know, yeah, it's good to have different tonal values in fabric. One of the most important reasons for me anyway is colour matching it to other things. Because if you're using a solid or something that's almost solid, then it sort of has to be right. Where, you know, and it either matches or it doesn't. Whereas with something like this is going to match, you know, 6 different shades of turquoise, you know. You can just get away with more. You can get away with more. This reminds me of David Hockney swimming pools. You know, California, it's mid-June. Miami Beach, oh, Miami Vice. It was a television show in the 80s, yeah. Really, you have a friend called Miami? Wow. The green. This is a real gorgeous, bright, like Kelly green or clover. Celtic green, yes, it definitely is. Grass, fresh grass. Bright green. Again, multi-tonal. It's from a new range from Lewis and Irene called Dreams. And what are dreams made of? What are your dreams made of? That's what I want to know. Oh, Fiona's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart, my favourite presenter. I'm getting that on a T-shirt. Moving house today. Oh, my goodness. I moved house once on New Year's Eve and everyone said I was mad. Amazing. Yay. Hope the wagon doesn't blow over. Off to live in Filey. Oh, Filey's gorgeous. You'll develop very strong calves, though, going up and down that hill to the beach. Watching you on my mobile as the TV has gone. Love those photos. Now, that is dedication, Fiona. Sorry, I really thumped the fist then. Wow, that is dedication. Remember, you don't need a television to watch Sewing Street. You've no excuse. You can watch it on a tablet, on a phone, on a computer screen, or on the TV. Thank you. And good luck with the move, Fiona. I will see you in Filey. I'm often there for a little chippy supper or an ice cream on the beach. Lovely. Not mid-December generally, but, you know. Now, next one. Let's do dark blue, shall we? Let's do dark blue. That's this one right here. So it's a really gorgeous, deep, inky navy. And also as well, can I just show you that there isn't really a right way up? I keep on turning the fabric because there really isn't. This is stunning, isn't it? It's glowy. Look at the glow on that fabric. There really isn't a right way up and a wrong way up. So it doesn't really matter how you pitch this. It's going to look great. £7.99 per half metre. Now remember, if you want a bit of everything, and frankly, who doesn't, go for the mega bundle because you'll save £15.98. You'll save the price of a whole metre. That's 2 half metres for nothing. Right, let's move on. Purple, purple, rich, regal, amethysty. Love that we've got that kind of soft pink in there. It just kind of lightens the whole thing up, but still got that lovely glow. If you like sort of stained glass patchwork style, or you want to do something that's a bit inspired by Mondrian, these fabrics would be perfect. If you want to do a rainbow, if you want to do, you know, like fairy tale kind of, the pinks, the purples, the turquoises. What about Trip Around the World? What about Bargello? Either with the rainbow, or you could choose your favourite cool colours or your favourite warm colours, or maybe like use a split complementary colour scheme. The jade, the ocean, the navy. Oh, tumbling blocks. What about that? Really yummy, really yummy. You could mix 3 tones. What you want there is you want a darker middle and a light, and then you get that 3-dimensional effect. That would be scrummy. Or even something like a hunter's star would be beautiful. That's often done with solids, but it would have more life in it with these tonals. Love that. Carol's got in touch to say, "Morning, Stuart. No, you don't want to know what my dreams are made of, as they're usually peculiar and weird and make people at work laugh." Oh, Carol, I love hearing about other people's dreams. Hannah was telling me about one of hers earlier on, and I didn't really want to hear about that, to be honest. That was what I didn't want to hear about. Very odd. Right, what's next? Light pink. Yeah. Again, pretty soft. This is like a blush, and also I like the fact that this has got a very slightly sort of antique-y look to it. Do you know what I mean? It's a muted. It's a soft pink, but it's muted as well. Very pretty. I did a fabric range some years ago called Rainbow Etchings that was really this palette, and I never ever wanted to run out of it, because it was so useful in my stash. I used it with everything. This is a very, very fitting replacement, I think. I'll be definitely getting some of this. Next up, we've got bright pink. Proper fuchsia, vibrant, lipsticky. I know lipsticks come in all colours, but you know, when I see that colour, I just think lipstick. Lipstick, lipstick. Oh, I was just having a moment there, clutching my pearls. There we go. Yes, there we go. Lovely. There it is. That's the bright pink. And the next. Snowman's nose. Pumpkin. Again, it's not really in your face, vibrant, bright. It's bright, but it's also a bit muted. Yeah, almost terracotta-y. Yeah. Slightly on the turn of terracotta, carrot. Love that though. Gorgeous. And this is a good time to be stashing, isn't it? Ready for the new year. New projects. Nice sort of bit of freshness. And, you know, if you can't make up your mind with a range, then blenders, something you can use with pretty much everything, are the way to go. That's what I always do. If I go to a quilt show or I go in a shop and I can't decide what to buy, I buy blenders or I buy creams or background fabrics because I'll always use them. This is the red. And it's a gorgeous kind of pillar box, London bus, hollyberry, proper red. Not Halle Berry, hollyberry. I bet there are holly berries in the world, aren't there? There are people called Holly Berry. I taught a boy once called Rick Shaw. Oh, he's a lovely lad. Yeah, but it was called Rick Shaw. Stop it. Stop it. I need to tell that story. Dan, our director, was saying that his mum used to work in a school and there was someone in the class called Hope died. Why would you do it? Why would you do that? Yeah. Okay. Oh, it's a can of worms, isn't it? The strangest name you've ever heard. Yes. Yes. When my mum had me in hospital, there was a baby. It was something like about 12 pounds in weight, which was memorable enough. And he was called Dorian Quas. Isn't that the most fabulous name? I mean, if anyone's destined to be a villain in a Bond film, it's Dorian Quas. Yes, yes. No, yes, amazing. He was bringing mass already, wasn't he, without the name? Michaela's got in touch. Morning, Stuart. Morning, my darling. Morning. You ready for Christmas? That's sunny, isn't it? That's like a cornfield. That's just joyful. Daffodils. It's really lovely spring energy, that one. Beautiful. That's the yellow, bright yellow. Grey. Soft. This is kind of clouds or smoke. It's soft and gentle. That would be a really nice background colour, wouldn't it? These are also fabulous if you're doing things like bag linings or bindings or, you know, where you want covered piping cord just to make a design pop or a cushion pop. These are perfect. Beautiful, 100% cotton, £7.99 a half metre. And of course, as well, they're going to fit very, very nicely with all fabric ranges, I think. But, you know, if you love your Lewis and Irene, they're going to fit really well too. Last one is cream, which is just a beautiful range of soft neutrals. This is all your neutrals in one. There's tan, there's cream, there's ivory. Again, super, super useful. Definitely all of these fabrics, if you're going for one or two, multi-buy because you'll want more. You'll want more, yeah, if you can, multi-buy. Now, the best value, of course, is in that bundle. We have got a bundle of all 12 brand new fabrics from Lewis and Irene. I've got dwindling stocks of these. Rapidly dwindling stocks. Now, you get a metre for free. And once everyone's checked out, we're single figures on this. So this is brand new today. Lots and lots of you have this in your baskets. Do check them out, won't you? You'll make a £15.98 saving, which is the price of a whole metre. That's two of these options completely free. I think that's worth checking out for. I think it's fab. I think it's fab. I'm going to go with the blue. Look at these, so vibrant. I'm thinking Bargello. I'm thinking trip around the world. I'm thinking I'd love a trip around the world. You know, lovely sawtooth stars. You could do a rail fence quilt. You could use all of these rainbow colours together, or just have them as your go-to whenever you need a bit of yellow, a bit of red, some turquoises, some watery colours, some sky colours, a kind of forest. You know, anything you need, you've got your basic palette there. for £79.90. Should be over £90. A message this morning from Tara, who's in Norfolk, who says, morning Stuart and all, lovely colours. The rainbow matches your jumper beautifully. It wasn't even planned. It's a great jumper too. Have a lovely Christmas. Oh, lovely morning, sorry, from Tara. It's all about Christmas today, but you know, yeah, thank you, thank you. You have a lovely day too. Another message, thank you. Hi Stuart, I once met an antiques dealer called Human. Human. I love it, I love it. Merry Christmas to all. Sue in Beeston, it's brilliant. Human. Love it, it's great. Rickshaw, Human, hope died. I heard about a doctor who was called Dr. Diath. Dr. Death. Can you imagine Dr. Death? He was a dentist, apparently, called Dr. Diath. And I remember somebody I worked with who had been a teacher with somebody called Mrs. O'Nions. O'Nions, Mrs. Onions. It's a very hyacinth bouquet, isn't it? No, it's pronounced O'Nions. Is it? Is it? Is it, though? Mrs. Onions. Yeah. They just slipped a little apostrophe in. Yeah. It's definitely not Mrs. Onions. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Do check out, won't you? Check out your baskets on this, because otherwise you will miss out. And this is your perfect palette to start 2024 with. I can't believe I'm talking about 2024. Do you remember when it was like, oh, imagine the millennium? The year 2000, do you remember? Everyone in the gallery is thinking, no, because I wasn't born. I was one. I was a year old. You would too. Jolly good. Well, I remember thinking, oh my goodness, I can't believe it. The millennium, the year 2000, and now it's 2024. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. Yeah. Beautiful anyway, absolutely gorgeous. Right. Dream Big tiles. These are brand new from Hoffman. Have a look at these. I think as a whole collection, I mean, how stunning are these? Now, which colour do you think is the most popular? I'm going to tell you it is golden yellow. And that's where we're going to start. And I get it. This is pure sunshine, isn't it? It's really giving me strong granny square vibes, but there isn't a single bit of crochet in there. But wouldn't it be fun for something like a knit or crochet bag? I could see it as a border on something. You could fussy cut individual squares or groups of 4 or rectangles or sashing, borders. This could be the centre or the cornerstones of a star block. You could group similar motifs together. It would also be really fun if you cut it, you know, on the bias as well. You would get some fun effects for bias binding as well. I just think it's a super cool fabric. Of course, you could fussy cut as well. I'm going to open this out so you can see a full ½ metre. Look at that. Look at that. Now, remember, there are lots of different ways that you can shop with us. You can shop with us on the Sewing Street app. You can shop online. We also have a dedicated phone line. And if you have any issues at all with either the app or the computer or anything like that, or the internet, just go to our phone line, 0800 001 4433. We have a dedicated UK customer service centre. It's here in the building, and they'll be able to help you. It's 24/7. They will be able to help you. So if you're having any issues at all, give them a call. Give them a call. But look at that. Look at that. Just beautiful. Just beautiful. That is the golden yellow. Golden yellow. Now, Chartrose, I'm going to put it alongside just so you can see the difference. So golden yellow, This is the Chartrose, and we're going to do the Chartrose next. So these are all those gorgeous kind of fresh spring greens, those limes, Chartrose, zesty and juicy. This is kind of, I don't know, apple green. It's Granny Smith's, isn't it? It's Granny Smith apples. Yeah, brand new shoots, new life. This is growth. This is when the crocuses and the daffodils start pushing through the earth. Carol from Somerset's got in touch to say, morning, can I ask the size of the squares, please? She certainly can. I'm going to grab a rotary ruler. Can I have a rotary ruler? Thank you, sorry. I've hurt my ankle. So thank you, Levi. So I'm sitting down lots today. Right, those squares, do you know what, Carol? They are pretty much, in fact, they are a perfect 2.5-inch square. It's like Hoffman planned it. Yep, they are a perfect 2.5-inch square. And I think from the looks of these are digitally printed. So the accuracy is phenomenal. Oh, back to names, good. Hi, Stuart. Great bargains on the show today. Yes, I used to have a piano teacher named Miss Keys. I love it. That's Barbara from Maidstone. Miss Keys, that's beautiful, isn't it? Miss Keys. I had a teacher at school actually called Mrs. Keys. She was a French teacher. She was English, but she taught French. Another one, keep them coming. Good morning, Stuart. My music teacher at school was called Mrs. G Sharp. Oh, stop it. Really? That's brilliant. So, love the jumper. Thank you. Everyone should have a Camp Christmas, I think. We had a drama teacher called Mr. Hayes, and we had a music teacher called Mr. May, and they used to do joint productions, May and Hayes. May and Hayes. It's good, isn't it? Yeah, May and Hayes. Productions, love it, love it. So that's the Chartrose. Next we're going to do this is emerald. Oh. Again, these are jewel tones. This is emeralds, isn't it? Yeah, that's giving me a bit Celtic. It's zingy, isn't it? That is really zingy. Absolutely gorgeous. Oh, lovely. Alison says, the doctor who did our vaccinations at school was called Dr. Severs. Oh. You wouldn't want them to, if they married somebody who was called like Dr. Leg. Do you remember Dr. Leg from EastEnders? And then they would be called Dr. Severs Leg. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, this green, that's giving me life. That's all the colours of cactus and succulents. It's like kryptonite. It is like kryptonite, Dan. Good call. Lovely. Gosh, that would be really fun to play with, wouldn't it? Really fun to play with. Each square, a perfect 2.5-inch square. So which means 4 of them together is your perfect 5-inch square. Imagine doing something like machine stitch cathedral window and highlighting these squares within your cathedral window. Wouldn't that be luscious? Go on, be controversial, Hannah. Go on. You could do stack and whack. You absolutely could do stack and whack. No, you could kaleidoscope these. You could. That would be actually, that would be gorgeous. And in fact, I wouldn't do stack and whack per se. What I would do is I would fussy cut these out as 5-inch squares, okay? And then I would get 8 of the same 4 together in a stack, slice them carefully on the diagonal, and then make half-square triangles, and then spin 8 triangle all the way, or 4, even 4 would do it, around. Be beautiful. Or diamonds, or hexagons. Yeah, you could definitely stack and whack this. That would be gorgeous. Which one shall we do next? There's 3 more. Orange. Oh, now, orange is such a life-giving colour, I think. Isn't that fab? That is absolutely beautiful. I love that. I love that. It's such an energetic colour, isn't it? Do you know what I mean by some colours just have more energy in them than others? And orange definitely for me has the most energy in it. That is absolutely stunning. Tracy from East Riding's got in touch. Good morning, Stuart. My cookery teacher was called Miss Buttery. That's Tracy in Gould. I love it. Miss Buttery. Miss Buttery. Buttery. It's gorgeous. I love it. I love it. Just need to mute myself. Oh, this is good. This is good. I went to university with a page turner. But not for TV. I also knew a trollop that married a whore. I love it. Well, they would, wouldn't they? Claire in Worcestershire. Thank you. Yeah, that was destined. If that doesn't prove destiny, I don't know what does. Brilliant, brilliant. Amethyst. Amethyst. And you could mix and match your colours. I mean, that amethyst, look at that. Look at that. What about that as a combo? Or that as a combo, yeah? Oh, that's the golden yellow, and that's the amethyst. Let's put both, yeah, let's do it. This is the amethyst on the left, and then we're going to put the golden yellow, that's on the right. Smash in, love that. Look at that though, so much vibrant. There's blues, there's purples, there's lilacs, there's pinks. There's so much going on in there. Imagine a gorgeous, smart, like laptop bag or an iPhone cover or something like that, or a purse or a wallet made in that. Amethyst is the colour of peace. It's calming. It's also my birthstone, Dan. It's my birthstone. If you're born in February, it is your birthstone. And I'm just going to reiterate that. My birthday is in February. Yes, Dan. So if you're... Hannah is going away. She won't stop telling people that she's going away. We're all bored of it now. No, we're not bored. It is exciting. I'm sad that you're not here for my birthday. 3rd of February, the 3rd of Feb. I am an Aquarius. And my mum is also an Aquarian. She's born on the 7th. So we were born very close together. And yeah, it's a good month to be born. It's a really good month. Everyone's up for a party. This is a party in fabric, isn't it? This is giving me ice crystals and crystals generally. It's got a real kind of, do you know, these fabrics would be lovely for doing some kind of gemstone quilt. Now then, Bernadette's got in touch from Lancashire to say, good morning, Stuart, loving these gorgeous fabrics. It's Bernadette, lovely Bernadette from Little Miss So-and-so. Good morning, Stuart. Loving these gorgeous fabrics. Wishing you, Charlie, and the rest of the family a wonderful Christmas. Sending much love. And much love to you and Mark as well. Lots of love to you both. That's lovely. Bernadette was my gin drinking partner at the Knitting and Stitching show in Harrogate recently. She came on air, actually. She's a guest. She's an on-air guest on Sewing Street. She came on to do Becky Cole's book, Access All Areas Sewing. Yeah. Right, Sashco thread in Rainbow. If you can't decide on a colour, just go Rainbow. It's the best advice I could give. Now, you could do hand-tied quilting, you could do big stitch quilting with this. Also, this would be amazing if you were going to make the quilted jacket from the next hour. Because I tell you what Adam's done. Dan, can we just go back to that picture of the jacket? Let me show you. So this is the jacket, the Tamarack jacket. And what Adam's done is he's used different colour of machine sewing thread to quilt the lines to do rainbow. Yeah, but what you could do if you wanted to add some hand quilted detail or hand quilt that jacket, you could use this Sashco thread and you could do hand quilted rainbow. You wouldn't have to do that much quilting. You could do a large crosshatch, you could do vertical or horizontal lines. Half the stock of this is gone already. It's beautiful, isn't it? And of course, yes, for Sashco, of course, but also for adding big stitch quilting or top stitching on something like a bag, just around the bag flap maybe, or along the top edge of a pocket, or for adding a little bit of hand quilted detail to a quilt. You could machine quilt most of it, but just do a bit of hand quilting. Mix and match your techniques. It just adds so much more interest and depth to a project. That is absolutely lovely. You could even just use this thread for sewing on buttons. Imagine that on a dress or a shirt or a blouse. Just lovely. Or, of course, you can use it for Sashco. I mean, why mention the obvious, eh? Can I do these lovely rainbow? Because I love these, and there aren't many left. It'll be really quick. I'll show you both. We launched these just last week. They are rainbow, handmade, sort of badges to put on things like handmade bags or projects. So you get a little washer to go on the back, and that just goes inside your project. You make 2 little holes, push it through with the washer on the back, and either push these in or push them out. It's up to you. Single figures of this left. It says handmade, and it's Rainbow Aurora Borealis. And then we've also got the cursive or joined up handwriting that says handmade. And again, just a lovely classy touch on a purse or a bag. They're made out of metal, by the way. They're not plastic. Really hard wearing. There it is. That's a lovely shot. Thanks, Dan. Carol says, what's the difference between Sashco thread and cross-stitch thread? That's an easy one. Carol, so cross-stitch thread is 6 strands twisted together and you untwist them. Sashco thread, you actually use as a single thread. You don't split it. You can't really split it. Well, you can split it, but you wouldn't. You use it as a single thread. So that's essentially the difference. Right, felt bundle. Yes. Oh, yummy, yummy, yummy. Oh, this is wool blend. This is wool blend. This is high quality. Look at that. You know those licorice all sorts that are the multi-layer? It reminds me of a big one of those. Licorice all sorts have kind of gone out of fashion almost, haven't they? But there are some ones I really like. That is absolutely luscious. Can we show all the colours? Have we got one where it's all laid out? Wake up, Daniel! Thank you. Oh, isn't that yummy? What a gorgeous palette. This is wool blend applique from Paper and String, £17.49, and you get in that bundle 45 pieces. Each one of them is a 6-inch square. Every single one of them, by the way, is different. They're all different shades. You've got lovely leafy greens, emerald greens, blues, turquoises, purples. You've got loads of lovely pinks, some tans and browns, golds. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. This hour has been a lot about the rainbow, and in particular, this fabulous new range of fabric. It's called Dreams, and it's from Lewis and Irene. Do you remember the song by Gabrielle? Dreams can come. She has the eye patch, remember? I saw her live, actually. She was brilliant. Yeah, she was really good. Look. Oh, my goodness me. Oh, my goodness me. Oh, my goodness me. We have got 6 bundles left. Those of you with this in your basket, I'm wagging my finger now. Check out, check out, check out. I know that was a little bit sort of school teachery, wasn't it? I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'll do it in a John Scott style. You ready? Check out, check out, check out. There, how's that? Oh, I can't believe yesterday was my last show with John before Christmas. But it was a doozy. I loved it. It was great fun. Catherine from South Yorkshire says, good morning, Stuart. I'm sorry, I will miss you. But am I going to get a slew of these now? Because that's going to spoil my day. I'm sorry, I will miss your birthday because oh, here we go. I will be on my cruise. Well, I'll be here in Redditch, Catherine, and I'll actually be in Port Klang in Malaysia. Oh, I say. Catherine, that does sound gorgeous. Absolutely. I love Malaysian food. How can I turn everything into food? Easy. Oh, Malaysian food is delicious. Jolly good show. Well, you'll be in Malaysia. Hannah, our producer, will be in the Philippines. Favourite Filipino food ever is lumpia. Lumpia. Oh my goodness, lumpia. It doesn't sound great, does it? Lumpia. Lumpier than what, I would ask? Lumpier than what? It's absolutely gorgeous. Now, let's bring all those beautiful colours into one perfect fabric. Watercolor Red. Look at this. Oh my goodness, I'm in love. I'm in love. I'm in love. Look, let me hold it up and show you. That's just, isn't it delicious? Now I'm thinking, again, Adam's beautiful jacket, the binding straight of grain. Look, if I fold this down, or binding any quilt, look at that for a binding. Oh my goodness me. And actually, if you need bias binding, let me just show you. If it was on the bias, it's going to look like that. Love that. Love that. You won't believe the price on this. It's only £6.99 a half metre for possibly the most versatile fabric ever, especially if you love rainbow like me. Look, gorgeous. Now also, because this is vertical stripes, that means if you want to just isolate, say the red, the orange, the yellow for a border that you want running all around your quilt, you can. You can. You can cut that long continuous length for your side borders in one go, and then maybe miter the corners. That would be lovely. You could also use this. Imagine if you were doing applique and you wanted multi-tonal leaves. You know, you can cut into the yellow green or the blue greens and create gorgeous different sort of almost like look like they're pieced leaves for your applique. So many different things you could do with this. This would be a really exciting fabric to play with. I want to blend this with denim. I really want to blend this with denim for a bag or a jacket. It would make the most beautiful lining for a beachy bag, summer bag. Carol from Malaysia, maybe. Oh, Jill says, I'll be in Port Klang at the same time. I wonder if I'm on the same cruise as... Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine if Jill and Carol were both on the same cruise and they were there together? Could be your new best friend. Yeah? It's like, I love that. I love that. I'm very disappointed that you're all going on holiday during my birthday, though. That's a bit... I should be working on my birthday. I should be here. I think it's the 3rd and the 4th. Yeah, it's the 3rd and the 4th. It's the Saturday and Sunday. We'll be doing a special weekend of birthday delights. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Now, rainbows. Oh, yes. These are from Riley Blake, Rainbow Circles. Here's my 2 I've got. We're going to start with the purple. That's gorgeous. I was going to say, I'm really torn. I am really torn. Luscious. This would be, are you kidding? Oh my goodness, check this out. £4.99 a half metre. Wow. Might we have saved the best till last? Does that mean is also crashing? Oh my goodness, there isn't much. There isn't much. £4.99 for a half metre. This would be lovely for borders, backing fabric, for your rainbow quilt. It would also be really lovely for dressmaking, wouldn't it? 100% cotton, 44 inches wide. Got that gorgeous kind of bluey purple background and all those little rainbowy bits on the back. Absolutely gorgeous, £4.99 a half metre. And check this out, you know what's about to happen here. A white background with the rainbow. This is too perfect. I really don't have very much of this left. It's called Imagine. It's called Imagine. And it's from Riley Blake. £4.99 a half metre. Hannah, how much of this do I have? Oh, 2 metres. That's going to go in one shop. I'll take the graphics out. Now, I've got a plain bundle. I've got a plain bundle. These are 1 metre pieces, all right? These are 1 metre pieces. I don't have many. This is a classic rainbow, red and yellow and pink and orange. And, oh, wait a minute. Are we crashing? Are you kidding me? Wow. Wow. Oh, wowzer, that is a crash. Is that £14? £39.06 for 7 metres. What's the per metre price on that? That's amazing. £39.06 divided by 7. That's easy. That's easy. £5.58 a metre. That's amazing. That's amazing. Less than £3 a half metre. That's amazing. Best value of the morning. I've only got 9 of these bundles. We won't make more of these, not at that price. Not at that price. Absolutely amazing. Good morning to lovely Mo, who's manning a craft shop today. How fabulous. Hoping that the signal's going to be okay, so you can keep watching. Vian's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart. Great Christmas jumper. Why, thank you. I do what I can. Absolutely brilliant bundle. You could make your own, couldn't you? You could make your own Christmas sweater with a plain jumper or sweatshirt and those Bondaweb. Brilliant, absolutely amazing value. £6 something a metre. A metre, that's just amazing. Keep going through for that. And then I've got 1 more bundle. This is beautiful blenders. One more bundle. I'm just singing to myself here. La, 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 la. I'm wasted here. Wasted here. Look at that, £10 off, £10 off, £49.85. And that's for what? 15 half metres. 15 half metres. And these are a gorgeous mottle, £3.72 a half metre, £3.32, sorry, £3.32 per half metre. Look at those. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful bundle. If you checked out before the crash, don't worry, you pay that lower price. That is stonking. £49.85 for 15 half metres of this gorgeous mottle. That's amazing. What does that work out per half metre? £3.30, so £6.64 a metre. If that was Moda marbles, that would be £14, £15 a metre. And it is a marble. 100% cotton, beautiful. It's just, you know what I mean? Amazing, isn't it? You've got to grab these bargains when you can, folks. That's absolutely fabulous and really beautiful. Love these reds and pinks. They are absolutely juicy and luscious. Anyway, I need to stop talking because it's a break, and when we come back, Adam Brooks is here with a gorgeous jacket, and I can't wait to talk all things Strictly and all things dressmaking. I'll see you after this.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous. Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Hey, it's good to have your company this morning on Sewing Street. We're almost there. It's almost Christmas, but it couldn't be Christmas without this one. Morning, Adam.
Morning.
It's Adam Brooks, everyone. You sledging. I'm going
so
over for a
happy
quick
to be back.
snuggle. Hello.
Oh, come here, you. Oh, that's lovely.
How are you?
I'm feeling festive and I love your
Yeah.
too.
Oh, keeping it real. How are you?
I'm really good. I've been
Yeah?
so busy.
Yeah?
November's been absolutely hectic with all the pantomime costumes.
Of course.
That have gone out. I think 30 productions with costume.
Amazing.
thereabouts. And then I've been doing me dancing. Old
Getting a
twinkle
perfect
toes.
5/10 strictly, unheard of.
Yeah, honestly, that was for charity. And I know a lot of people that watch Sewing Street have donated. So thank you so much.
Amazing.
For the baby hospice.
Yeah.
As a group, we raised 155 grand.
That's absolutely incredible. Well done, you.
Thank
well done,
you.
We're proud of
Thank
you.
you.
It's amazing work. Thank you. Brilliant.
No, it's brilliant.
Adam has done all of that and made a quilted jacket. Hello, you're absolutely amazing. Here it is. It is the Grainline Studio Tamarack Jacket. Now, I think since Sewing Bee did their quilted jacket, we've all just aspired to make a quilted jacket, haven't we? Whether it be plain or patchwork, or sashiko or quilted, we are all over these. Absolutely beautiful. This is beautifully styled. It's got a lovely neckline, just a lovely shape as well. If you've already made this jacket, do send in pictures. If you've made a quilted jacket, maybe with patchwork or sashiko or even a plique, do send it in to us, won't you? studio@sewingstreet.com. We would love to see them. Let's inspire everybody to make a quilted jacket. Now, the Tamarack pattern, I think, is perfect to use as a base. So you could use it as a plain quilted jacket, as Adam has here, done some gorgeous straight line quilting in different rainbow colours. You could add hand quilted detail there if you wanted. There's a hack to add pockets as well. The pattern comes in 2 size ranges. We're going to start with the 0 to 18. So this is the 0 to 18. Now this is styled with a B cup. Size is 0 to 18. I'm assuming this is American sizing, Adam.
Yes, I
Going
think
from
it's
0.
this one, yes.
Yeah. So if you are, say, for example, a UK size 12, you would be a 14 on this. Let's show the size chart, actually. There it is. So, as always, use your measurements. Don't go by your dress size. That's just a very, very rough guide. But it's drafted for a B sewing cup, a B cup size, and a height of 5'5". All right. So you can make your adjustments based on that. Now then, that's the 0 to 18, $18.99 for the pattern. And if you're going to do something like patchwork, you still need that base pattern, and this is perfect for that. They're nice, easy, simple shapes that would take patchwork really, really well. Okay, so the second size option is same jacket, exact same jacket, but this is sizes 14 to 30. So UK sizes 16 to 32, and this is based around a D cup and height of 5'5" again. Yeah, there you go. There's your size charge. Again, as always, go by your measurements. Smashing. Isn't that lovely? You could do contrast binding, stripy binding, self-coloured binding so that just kind of disappeared. You could do a little bit of frogging, couldn't you, around the neckline, just for a little, you know those gorgeous pewter clasps you can get, like sweater clasps from Scandinavia? Yeah. They would be lovely at the top. Do you know the kind of thing I mean?
I know exactly
like
what you mean. And what a touch of class that had had. Oh, I like that.
That's me, Adam.
A touch of class.
Classy. You're classy too. It was a lovely picture of Adam in his tails doing a bit of ballroom.
Do you know, I love
picture.
wearing that kind of stuff, and I'm obviously fascinated by the construction of like all the ballroom type of.
And also, you've got the height and the sort of shape for the beautiful lines for ballroom.
That was good from you,
haven't you? I mean, I'm just like shaped for disco.
Disco.
That's me. That's my dance shape. Disco.
I love
it. Anyway, there's the pattern, $18.99. Now, can I ask you, Adam?
Yeah.
If you were, because those sizes actually overlap.
Yes.
But one's a B, one's a D.
Yes.
So if I was, say, for example, a size 14, 16, 18, which one would you go for?
It's gonna depend on your cup size, and when we talk cup sizes, it's not necessarily the conventional bra sizes. Dressmaking cup sizes are done from taking your upper bust measurement away from your full bust measurement.
Right.
So if the difference is any more than 2 inches, then you're usually going into a CD cup.
Right.
So if you are bustier, then I would advise to go for the other pattern range.
Yeah, the larger sizes. So if you're a size, say 14, 16, and you come out with that D cup, then you should go larger. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Loads of you going for this. Have you been promising yourself to make a quilted jacket? I think it should be on every sewer's list, whether you're a quilter or a dressmaker. It's sort of when worlds collide, isn't it?
I was just about to say, it's the best crossover project you'll ever get.
Totally agree.
Because it introduces dressmakers to quilting and quilters to dressmaking.
Love that. Love that. Now, this is a message from Michelle who says, I thought you were more shaped for Morris dancing, Stuart.
What's that supposed to mean?
Has anyone got a tambourine? I'd be the one. Isn't there one that has a stick with like a balloon on the end that goes around bopping everybody in the crowd? I think it's an inflated pig's bladder, really, but I didn't really want to say that on air, Hannah. Thanks. But I'd be that one. I'd be that one. No, I am. You're right. I'm built for Morris dancing.
I'm not sure. I think we could make a dancer out of it.
Oh, I've got moves. Trust me. Marjorie says, morning, Adam and Stuart. Was lucky to win a prize in Adam's draw. You were fabulous. A real star. That's from Marjorie.
Oh, Marjorie, and well done for winning. Yeah, Sewing Street kindly donated some jelly rolls. So it's on its way to you, Marjorie. It's in the post. But yeah, I did a little bit of a raffle to raise a bit of money.
Oh, so, that's lovely. Oh, well done, Marjorie. Jane's got in touch too from Dorset. Hi all. Last month in Vietnam. Now, are you watching us from Vietnam? That's awesome. Or last month I was in Vietnam. Who knows? I saw Adam in a repeat of the Great British Sewing Bee on TV. You're famous worldwide.
Oh,
Merry Christmas to all.
We forget that, don't we, Stuart? Because your series would have been aired all over as well. I mean, in Japan, in the Netherlands, everywhere.
Yeah. And big in Japan.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's true. I mean, it's just lovely. And the first series, which was not available for years. It wasn't on catch-up. You couldn't find it on the internet. And it's introduced Sewing Bee to a whole new generation.
Yeah, it does. And do you know what's amazing? Over in Japan, like people get so inspired by it. And there's so many artists out there.
Oh, amazing.
I've had so many things drawn up, like of these artists, like sketches and stuff of us on the show.
Yes.
It's amazing.
It's really super. Have you been drawn?
Really creative. I've been drawn.
It's really creative. Were you kawaii? Anyway, this pattern is proving very, very popular. Keep going through for that. Now, let's talk wadding. Because this is a quilted jacket, which means it has a layer of quilt batting or wadding, names interchangeable, inside it. This is our absolute go-to. Love it. 80-20. So that's 80% cotton, 20% polyester. A question. Morning, gorgeous boys. Hello. As it's quilted after watching yesterday, would you wash everything before making this jacket? From Michelle in Lancashire. You're nodding your head vigorously, Adam.
I'd be inclined to, yeah. Obviously, I mean, I don't know what you do when you're making quilts and things, but because it's a garment and we don't want shrinkage is going to mean it won't fit.
Yeah.
So you run the risk of that. So I'd always pre-wash my fabric anyway in dressmaking.
Totally agree. And I did a washability test on 7 of our most popular waddings, and they all shrink a little bit. 1 to 2% or 4 or 5, and that's quite a lot when it comes down to a garment that's got to fit you. So just a quick run through. If you're washing wadding, you open it out gently, lay it into an empty bath, okay? Or for a smaller quantity in the sink. Fill the bath up with tepid water, just barely warm water. Let the wadding sit for about half an hour. You do not need to swish it around. Just press it down, make sure it's fully submerged. Give it half an hour, then pull the plug out, let the water drain away. Don't lift it out, you'll stretch it. Leave it in the bath. Let it drain and then squish down. Get as much water out as you can and then get a big bath towel, lift this out onto the bath towel, wrap it up and do the same. Squish down to remove as much water as you can. And then finally you can tumble dry it on low to dry it out, or if it's in the spring or summer, you can lay it out maybe in the garden, something like that, and let it dry out completely.
Yeah, I think the important thing you've hit on the head there, Stuart, is for it not to stretch out, isn't it? Because you're going to lose, you know, how much batting you've got.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not going to be even. Yeah.
No, absolutely. So that's the process. Now, amount-wise, how much wadding do we need?
I'm going to say, let me just have a look on the back.
This is 274 centimetres, what? 228, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sure it does tell us on the back here. High quality quilt batting, 72 inches by 80 inches.
So that's like a double size or twin size wadding.
I think the stuff I used was quite wide.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether it was 80, it might have been 80 inches or 72 inches wide. But yeah, I mean, when you look at the fabric, you're looking really at about 2 metres.
2 metres would be plenty.
Yeah, would be plenty.
4 units. 4 units of your wadding. You'd have a bit left over.
You would, yeah, you'd probably have quite a bit left over. But do you know what? I love having a bit of batting or wadding in my stash.
Yeah.
You know, even if it's just making little placemats or things at Christmas, you can use those bits up.
Of course you can. Of course you can. Lovely. Right, that's that. Right, now we've got some amazing fabric bundles. You could patchwork this, but let's talk main fabric. We're going to start with denim. Now I've got a dark and I've got a medium and I've got a light denim. So there are my 3 denims, plain denims. And I am going to start with the medium, which is this one right here. All right, so this is our medium. Just wanted to show you them all together so you can get a sense of the colour. This has got a lovely blue, sort of nice clear blue tone to it. $25.99, and this is a 4-ounce. This is light. You could use this for a shirt, couldn't you?
Yeah, you can. It's like a chambray weight, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes. Almost like a shirting weight. So perfect for a quilted jacket, but also if you're just buying this to stash, this would be good for a dress, this would be good for a shirt, any of those things. So just keep that in mind. Because Adam, you know, a lot of people, when they're buying bundles, they're not maybe buying it for this jacket.
Well, this is what I mean. But that is so handy to have in your stash. I've got a lot of that in all the shades of colours because it's so handy.
You get 2.5 metres for $25.99. That's enough to do the largest size in the Tamarack Jacket. Love that. That's that. The darkest, oh, this is a bit of me. I love a real dark navy. Yeah. Gorgeous. Can you imagine using a bit of that Sashco Rainbow? I'm going to take it out of the wrapper, actually, because I want to just show you that, look, that's for a bit of hand-quilted detail on this dark denim.
If I'd have had the time, I'd have absolutely been doing that. I think Sashco on it looks stunning. Beautiful. Especially in that.
Beautiful. Something like either a crosshatch, clamshells.
Yeah.
Baptist fan. Beautiful. If you've got the time, maybe hand quilt it over the winter and then make it up into a jacket in the new year. Get you through the winter. Lovely hand quilting. Beautiful. Beautiful. And that's going to be timeless, that you're going to wear that jacket forever, aren't you? $25.99, by the way, for that 2.5 metre piece. It's extra wide. It's 54 wide, right, Adam?
Yes.
It's 54 wide. Beautiful, soft handle, really lovely drape to it. This is like a shirting weight. It's not the kind of thing you're going to make jeans out of. You could make trousers out of this, but they'd be that lovely sort of soft, drapey, Yeah,
it does have a nice bit of drape for a denim.
Yeah, it's lovely, but perfect for the quilted weight as well. Now, and then we've got our lightest denim. And then I've got some lovely printed denims. Look at that. That is gorgeous. So again, I'm just going to bring back in the medium and the dark, just so you can get a sense of the colours. So this is the lightest of the 3. And also as well, where the medium blue is quite a sort of bright medium blue, this is a bit softer, a bit more muted.
Have a look on the reverse of that, because sometimes there's a different...
Ooh, oh, is that the wrong side?
Yeah, me and Rebecca had this, but you could use either or, really. Couldn't you?
Well, I'm just wondering now, is this the light and this is the medium? Okay. Okay. So that's the wrong side?
I think so.
Yes, I think it is. Okay, oh well, all right.
But, I mean, there's no stopping you to use the
No.
other side if you want.
Well, I was just thinking as a light denim, that would be... You can use them both. What about patching them together?
Yeah.
And using both?
I love tonal denim. I really love, to see different tones of it.
Do you double denim?
I've not done double denim. I know benders that are produced.
Would you ever triple denim?
I've never ever triple denim, but I'd give it a go. What is triple denim?
You know,
Denim
maybe
shoes.
like jacket, waistcoat and trousers.
Oh, that is a triple denim. And
With
then
a bag.
quadruple denim with your accessories.
Yeah. Love that. Love that. Oh gosh, well there we go. That's the wrong side.
And I might be wrong, but I think that
No, I think you're right.
you've got versatility there, haven't you?
You have. This is rather lovely. This is the printed denim that I have. This is lovely, dark navy denim background, but then with this beautiful white gel print, floral sprigs. That's yummy. That is yummy. Oh, Sussex Seamstress has got in touch. Morning. She says, 2 of my favourites on this morning. Well done, Adam, on your dancing win.
Oh, bless her. Thank you, Jane.
Well, getting 50 out of 50, I mean,
Honestly,
it doesn't get better than that.
It's never been done because I don't usually have 5 judges.
I was going to say, Leighton didn't get that.
No,
In
well,
age
you
40.
know.
Coming to you
I'm
for
not quite
dancing
as I'm not quite as good as Leighton. I'll put that out there, but you know, for a charity event, yeah, it was scored quite well.
Absolutely brill. So that's our gorgeous printed denim. And then I've got some cotton poplin. This one here. Yeah? Yeah. Oh, this is gorgeous. That's really lovely. So this is a cotton poplin. That gorgeous deep inky navy background, but then love that pop of red and that sky blue in there as well. That is just dazzling. Look at the price. $17.99 for 2.5 meters. Quarter of the stock's gone already. A dress, a shirt, the jacket.
Yeah.
Any of those. Stash it. Next one, is this cotton poplin again, Hannah? This is beautiful. This is a bit different. This is a sort of deep madder red with a floral in a cream and black print. Oh, what colour would you use for the quilting?
I don't know. It's quite hard to choose with busy prints. I mean, I've just got white on my machine today, but that's more so people can see it. But again, it's like whether you just want it to have the definition, or whether you want to see it a bit more like a top stitch.
Yeah, because you could use black.
Yeah, and that'd really
You could use a
stand out.
white. You could use the red.
Yeah.
If you don't want the quilting to really show other than texture, you could use like a soft beigey cream in the bobbin and then use invisible thread.
Yeah.
So, you know, a see-through, a clear
Yeah.
thread in the top. That would work, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah, it would.
Lovely. Really nice. Love that. Again, $17.99 for a 2.5 metre bundle. Very, very good value. This next one, ooh, this is lovely. These are almost like little firework bursts, aren't they?
It's nice, that, yeah.
Isn't it? Nice warm sort of cream background with that black print. Now, the jacket itself is lined. I'll show you. So it's layered up like a quilt sandwich. Denim, Adam's used the denim inside. You'd need extra if you wanted to do that. The bundle won't line it as well. But You could use we've got some bundles. We've got some bundles. We've got some bundles for lining. We've got some solid cottons for lining. If you wanted to, you could use something like a Liberty would be nice, wouldn't it?
Well, I'm a fan
Floral.
of denim and then a really floral print like we've got. And I'd love to just put that exciting bit of floral on the lining on the inside so you get a bit of a flash of it. I like that.
Yeah, that would be really lovely, really lovely. Now, we have got some solid cotton bundles which are for lining. Just to mention, yeah, you can have a look on the website. I'll run through them in a bit, but we'll get into demo. Yeah. Right, here's the jacket that we're talking about. It's the Tamarack. Oh, it's a different one. So this is the Sewing Bee reversible quilted jacket. Oh, Jeanette, that's lovely. So patchwork on the outside using tilde and then more tilde inside. You could patchwork the Tamarack very easily. Yeah. Here's another one. Here's another bit of inspiration. Oh, wow. Hi, Stuart and Adam. This is the patchwork I've made for a jacket. Just a little wary that it's a bit over the top for a large 70-year-old. What do you think? Sue, stop right there. You be you.
Exactly.
Yeah? In all your glorious rainbow fabulousness. What do you think I'm going to say? I love it. I love it.
Well, do you know, a jacket like this can be a real statement piece.
Yes.
And that's what that would be. And you know, like, I was trying to inject a bit of colour into the denim with what I'd got at home with the rainbow quilting, but it's quite muted.
Yeah.
But actually, you know, all of that wonderful patchwork really works with this kind of jacket because the construction is simple, but it's all about the fabric and what you're doing with it and the quilting.
Let's put that in the middle. Right. No, totally agree with you. Totally agree. You can make it as bold or as subtle as you like, can't you?
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
What can you show us?
Right, I'm going to concentrate on the quilting, on the binding, and then if we get onto it, I'm going to show us how to do a quilted bound patch pocket.
Lovely. Fabulous.
So, yeah, so lots of techniques in here, because I think for our dressmakers, it might be new techniques that they've not come across before.
Totally.
So basically, I've cut the pattern out. This is one of the front pieces. So just to break it down, you've got two front pieces, one back piece on the fold, and then a sleeve.
One piece.
Yeah, one piece. And to make it really easy, the pattern shows you to put the sleeve in flat, so like a jersey garment. So there's no setting in of a sleeve. So if you are a beginner, the construction methods are somewhat simpler than other jacket patterns.
I like that.
Yeah, I do too, because obviously the focus is on the quilting. What it does say in the pattern is to cut out your pattern pieces. So for the front, I'll be cutting 2 pieces of my main fabric, 2 pieces of my lining, and then 2 pieces of my batting as well. Now, this is where you need to just have a little bit of a think, and quilters and
think like a quilter.
Think like a quilter, exactly. Because the pattern comes from a dressmaking point of view and tells you to cut the piece out as is, which is what I've done today for demonstration purposes. If you're going to go mad on the quilting and do lots of different swirls and directions, or maybe you're going on the bias to do some diamond quilting and stuff, then what I would be tempted to do is cut either a rough rectangle or an inch around your pattern pieces.
On the outer, the lining and the wadding.
Yes.
So like we would for a quilt where we've got extra so we can trim it to the right size.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
you've got it in one to it. It's just going to allow for any shrinkage. To be honest, I did it this way when I was making the jacket, but because I was only going along the weft of the grain, it wasn't moving really at all, and I wasn't getting, because it's quite a sturdy fabric, so I got away with it, it worked. But if I was going to be going on the bias, then I know I'd be getting some movement.
Got you.
And I'd want to make sure that, you know, it's nicely sandwiched together and there's that extra.
It's a really good tip, really good tip. Talking of sandwiching them together, did you baste, did you hand baste, did you pin, did you spray baste when you put your lace?
Spray based, yeah.
What did you use?
I used 505.
Brilliant, brilliant.
And we've got some here as well.
You
So
too.
this is how we're going to go. So I've got my wadding cut there, as you can see, on my batting. Is it batting or wadding, or is it like potato
interchangeable?
Patata?
Absolutely.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is take my 505 spray. There's probably some, like you hold it 15 centimetres away.
Can I give a top tip here?
Yeah, go on.
Before you do, I would always put the fabric down.
Yeah.
Get everything lined up first.
Yeah, and
then peel back half of it.
And spray.
And then you're not kind of grabbing your fabric to try and line it up. So I would do that.
That's it, exactly. Wonderful. So we'll give it a spray. Do we need masks on?
Well-ventilated area.
That's it, a well-ventilated area.
Very good.
And spraying your batting, not your fabric, like you just said that, didn't you? Or did you? I can't remember. Anyway, so then, yeah, that's a great tip from Stuart there. And there we go. And we just smooth that out. Wonderful. And we've got that there.
Yep.
Okay, and then we can do the other half of it.
Yeah.
Give your fabric, your main fabric, a bit of a press beforehand as well, so you've got it nice and... There we go. Cool. Only needs a little bit. This stuff is amazing, honestly.
It's really good, isn't it?
Yeah, I've found it's been great. And then I suppose if you want to put some basting stitches in, you can do.
Instead, yeah.
It shows you to use basting stitches actually in the instructions, and it tells you to do one line from the shoulder point down to the hem and then one across the underarm point so that you've got it anchored in both directions. Right, okay, so there we are. And then we're going to take the lining piece now, which I've just got some of that plain, that's solid.
So this is one of our cotton solids.
Yeah, exactly that. Okay, so we've got that here.
And that would work with a lot of different options, wouldn't it, that navy blue?
Oh, gosh, yeah. Navy blues and blacks and whites for linings are just like staples, aren't they? And then if you want to, you know, get inventive with your colours and stuff. But I love all that rainbow fabric that you've had on this morning.
And hasn't it been lovely? Yeah. I was just thinking, actually, we had a 3-metre bundle of white cotton solid as our early bird. It's sold out. But if you bought it and you're thinking, oh, I could use that for the lining of the Tamarack, you absolutely could. And you've plenty there as well.
That's it, exactly. Do you know what's good as well? If you can have a nice clear space to do this as well. Like, obviously, I'm hanging off a bit because we're doing it on telly and I've got my machine in the way. But to have a nice flat table, whether it's a kitchen table or if you're lucky enough to have a sewing studio.
Yeah.
There we go. This wadding's really great as well.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the 80-20, 80% cotton, 20% polyester. Washes really well. There's a very slight shrinkage. You might want to pre-wash before you start. Over 50% of the largest size pattern, by the way, has sold out. So if you're going for that size, then I would check out your basket pretty quickly.
So that's your 505, and I'd get some of that if you're going to do this project.
Really good stuff.
It is, and it saves a lot of time, actually. Wonderful. So we're going to quilt it, but before we do, I'm going to mark my first line. So I'm just going to take a rule. I did have one somewhere down here, and a chalk pencil. I'm losing.
Do you want me to grab you a ruler? Levi, can we have a big ruler, please?
I did bring one with me today.
Thank you. Perfect. We got one.
Fabulous. And have I got my... Yeah, my...
and something like a chalk pencil, friction pen, something like that.
There we go.
There we go,
that one.
There's your ruler.
Oh, bless you. Thank you very much. That's great. Oh, there it is. That is sticking out there. It's clear. I couldn't see it. Right, OK. So I'm going to be quilting from the top. So I'm treating the pattern fabric as the top. So I think for a fabric like this, the fabric's doing the talking, it's quite busy. So we'd be doing this to add the texture to it. So all I'm going to do is draw a line parallel, and I'm using the lines on the grid as well to make sure that I'm lining up with the straight edge on the underarm point. I'm just going to draw that on with my chalk pencil. And that's going to be my point of reference.
Oh, yeah, I can see that.
This is to straight line quilt it as I've done with this one. And I've done these at an inch interval, but you could do it 1.5 inches. You could go as much as 3 inches and make them really wide. I think this is the creative bit. It's really up to you what you want to do. You could diamond quilt it and go at a 45-degree angle. on the bias, and I love diamond quilted stuff.
Yeah,
it's just
me
classic.
too. Yeah, really nice. Especially if you use a twin needle.
Oh,
So you've got a double line
yeah.
of stitching.
Oh,
that looks
gosh,
really...
do you know, I've never done that. I'm going to have to try that now you've said it. It reminds me of fancy upholstery in like posh cars and Chanel. Yeah.
You're posh car, I'm Chanel. I'm sure you're both, I'm neither.
What I would suggest doing, and you can see I've done it here, is I had a bit of a play around before I started to quilt. I just took some scraps of fabric, made a little sandwich, and this is where I kind of got the idea for doing the rainbow thing.
Love
I was
that.
like, oh, let's just, you know, try that. And I did them a little bit closer together to start with, but I decided that that was going to be my design. So have a little bit of a practice and a play, particularly if you've never quilted before as well. If you've never quilted before, go for something simple. And honestly, the colours doing the little bit of, you know, character and creativity there. So that'll really help. Okay, so practice before you start. So I've got my first line there, and I'm going to go straight in and quilt it.
Okay, do we need a special foot on our machine for quilting?
Yeah. So I'm really lucky with this Juki that it's got a built-in walking foot. And if I just go like that, the walking foot's on now.
Bit snazzy.
Bit snazzy,
That's the
isn't it?
UX8.
That's the UX8.
Very nice, I have one.
You do, don't you?
I do.
Do you love it?
Yeah, and I love the fact that you can just lock the walking foot in like that. But if you've got the Brother FS250, that comes actually, Adam, it's back in stock today.
Wow.
With a free walking foot, $39.99's worth.
Go for it.
We're going to be doing that at 12. So walking feet are available for all machines.
That's it. And you can get one that, you know, attaches on.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Stitch length?
Stitch length, right. I'm going at a 3.6, so a bit longer than I normally would for certainly sewing a seam.
Yeah.
Because I want to have that nice stitch definition as well. I want to be able to see those stitches.
Yeah.
I don't want little
Tiny ones,
ones. Okay, so I'm just going to lower my foot there. And now all of this is going to be caught in the binding. So what you can do, I'm not going to back stitch.
Right.
I'm just going to do a little lock stitch at the beginning. But to be honest, you know, even if you just did a couple of lock stitches and carried on, that's going to be more than sufficient because it's all going to be caught in the binding anyway.
Yeah.
So all I'm going to do now with my walking foot on is just, that's that lock stitch there, is just follow that line that I've just chalked. Now, you'll notice another great tip, and a lot of machines come with them these days, is the table for the machine.
Oh, for sure.
Now, I don't usually bring mine in because I don't use it all that often for dressmaking, although it does help sometimes. But for quilting, definitely. It just means I can rest my hands here. I'm not pulling the fabric, but I'm just making sure that the fabric is lying nice and flat, letting the machine do the work to feed through. And there we go, I've got my first line. I'm just coming to that underarm point now, and then it will just lock stitch at the end. And I can do that with my fancy dual pedal.
Very nice.
And it can trim
So
off.
first line, easy, because you've marked a line.
Easy.
Do you mark your subsequent lines?
Right, so this is what you could do. So you could mark your lines, and if you feel more comfortable following a chalk line, that's absolutely great. I think you can just make out that line on the camera.
Yeah, definitely.
Or I'm just going to show you something now that most walking feet will come with, actually.
Yeah, they do.
You know what, I'm going to pull out my box of tricks, don't you? Here it is. And it's a quilting guide, or a little quilting arm here. So it looks like that. You might have had this, especially if you've never quilted before, and you might, as somebody who sews, go, I've never known what that's for. Well, this is what it's for. It's to give us a guide, and it sits into your walking foot, or in my case, on a machine. And what I can do is set it at a distance and then run this arm along the line I've just created, and I'll get an equal distance then from the line that I've already created.
Fab.
So I'm just going to pop that in. And as I said, I did it about 1 inch, so that's like 2.5 centimetres. So I'll stick with that. And I'm just setting it by looking at my throat plate on the measurement there. Then all I need to do is take the piece here and then just line up that arm now, because I know that's at 1 inch. At the edge of the fabric, put my foot down, and then I'm not looking at the foot or the needle now.
Okay.
At this point.
What are you looking at?
I'm looking at that arm that I've just put in and the line that I'd sewn previously, and making sure that arm follows that previous line. One of the most important things when you start sewing, I was taught, was to not look at the needle. You're looking at a reference point. And this is exactly the same. I'm not looking at the needle. It might be a bit foreign when you do it at first, because you're shifting your eye from somewhere that you would usually look. But there you go, you get an exact inch.
Works
then.
really well.
Yeah. And you just continue doing that.
So you just now line it up with this line,
Yeah.
and you just keep going.
That's it. And you could get creative. You could perhaps, you can see it better on the reverse.
Yeah, look, there we
There you go. So you've got that. You could get creative and you could do equal widths if you like everything equal, or you could just like quilt some of it. And then go
narrower
bigger,
and go wider.
Narrower and go
Like
wider.
that. Yeah. Can we
Lots
just
of
show
design
everyone the
options.
inside of the jacket, just so we
Yeah,
can see how everything's
absolutely.
neatened up, because that's quite
Yeah.
important. I'll turn the whole jacket through.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
That's absolutely fine.
Should always ask before it, in case you just left one bit. Of course you wouldn't.
Well, interestingly, I've deviated a little bit from the pattern, but this is why you buy from us, because we can give you the extra tips to give you that extra finish.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with what the pattern says at all.
Which is?
Which is to bind the front and the neckline, and then up to the side seam to a certain point, and then to finish it off with either an overlock or a zigzag. But I thought, if we're binding anyway, why don't we do a Hong Kong finish?
Yep. Which is
a
simply
bound
binding
Yeah.
in two separate halves.
That's it, exactly.
So don't bind these together, otherwise it will be lumpy.
Yes, exactly that, exactly that.
Same on the arm.
Yeah,
And the sleeve.
so it's all flattened out. I've not actually pressed this out. And you have to be careful when you press them, because you lose some of you can make it go really flat,
Yeah,
can't
you
you?
can.
You want still the definition. But yeah, I've bound all the way around. So I've took each piece and basically bound it.
So you bind the individual seams before you make it up?
In a sense, yes. So what I did is I bound the shoulder seam first, because that's going to be on the inside.
Yep.
And then what I did was, did I bind the armhole? No, I left the armhole. And then once I'd got the shoulder seams together, so bind the shoulder seams, sew them together. And then once I'd got them done, I bound round the whole thing. And because it meant then I could do it in one swoop,
Yes.
in one piece, so that I wasn't, getting any joins or mismatches. I could get the neckline and the front in, which is where the eye's going to go.
Got
But
you.
yeah, the pattern doesn't tell you to do that, but it's a really nice finish, as you can see on the inside.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just- I've used quite wide binding here. You'd probably have narrower. But yeah, it's really, really a real nice finish
Yeah, no, it's lovely.
for this kind of garment.
Let's have a little look at Leslie's jacket. Leslie sent us a picture. Ooh,
That's
Leslie.
nice.
I recognise that fabric. That's
Is it
gorgeous.
yours?
It's one of mine,
Oh,
yeah. It's a range called Kyoto. That's luscious. Absolutely luscious. And I love that pop of orange in the polka dot. Is there? I can't see a bottle. Oh, I can see a bottle of champagne in the background. Leslie, congratulations. That's gorgeous. Really smart. Really smart. Aren't people creative?
And what's that fabric? Kyoto?
It's called Kyoto.
So I can't quite see it on this. Is it Japanese theme?
Yeah, so there's things like water lilies, bamboo. There was a print with rice bowls.
Nice.
Decorated rice bowls. Little koi carp.
That's lovely.
No, thank you. Yeah, it's a real lovely opportunity actually to use something like, a couple of charm packs or some fat quarters, something like that. You can combine those in a jacket. Something special maybe that you've been keeping for a while.
I've been to Kyoto.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, I went earlier on this year.
How was it?
Well, it was fabulous. My other half proposed to me there as well.
Oh, congratulations.
I've not told
Did
many
we
people
know?
that.
Is this the official announcement?
Yeah, this is the official. I've not told anybody really other than
Is it going to be a spring wedding?
I don't know. We were hoping to plan something, but Christmas is here already, isn't it? And we'll see. It'll be a small affair. But yeah, Japan was amazing.
That means I'm not invited, by the way. That's code. That's code.
He's not as showy as I am,
Oh.
so it'll just
Oh,
be
that's lovely. Congratulations.
Thank
I'm
you.
really
Thanks
pleased
very
for you both.
much.
Oh.
So yeah, you can just continue like
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
and then with the binding and stuff. Mitre your corners. Now, this might be, again, something new for
when you're binding.
dressmakers.
Yeah.
I can quickly show how to, you know, maybe mitre a
Please.
corner.
And I'll just show you here on the jacket. It's right here. So if you're a quilter, this will come as second nature. If you want a video on how to do that, if you look on my YouTube channel, Stuart Hillard Makes, I do a video on how to do a binding, and that includes how to do mitered corners. But Adam's going to show us now as well, so you'll have both.
Now, I don't finish it as a quilt would be finished, if that
No,
makes
this
sense.
is single fold.
Yeah, and I'm not going to hand sew it.
No, I don't hand sew mine.
Do you not?
No.
So, yeah, well, dressmakers like to do it all by machine, don't they? Only hand sew. So I'm just going to go around this corner. I'm placing it on the wrong side first. And then I'm going to flip the binding over to the right side and top stitch it, because that's the side we're going to see.
For sure.
If you wanted to hand sew it, you could do the binding to the right side and then hand sew it on the inside, and that way you wouldn't see any stitching at all. So I'm just going to do a little bit, just do this corner.
So this is 1/2 inch bias binding, ready-made bias binding. The pattern tells you to make your own, but you can use ready-made.
Yeah.
And you've opened it out and you're stitching in that fold.
That's it. So I'm stitching in the fold, and then I'm approaching the corner. This is how I do it. I'm not saying it's necessarily right, because I'm not predominantly a quilter, but you'll put me right otherwise. Now I'm going to, just before I get to the corner, probably about the width of the bias tape.
So about 1/2 inch before the raw edge.
Yeah, about 1/2 inch before the raw edge. I'm going to keep my needle down, and then I'm going to pivot and turn 45 degrees and sew straight at that corner.
Yep.
Yeah, is that how you do it?
You absolutely can do this. This is often done for binding, yeah.
Okay, and then I'm just going to trim my threads and come off there. Now, what I'm going to do is something nifty, and when you first see this, you'll go, hey, what's happening there? But it absolutely makes sense. Right, so now I've sewn at that 45-degree angle, I'm going to move my bias.
Just, I'm going to see your head.
Oh, sorry.
That's better.
I'll move my head.
So we'll pull that down for 1 second. So just
That's it.
That's it, perfect.
Right, so then what we're going to do is just, you're creating a bit of a triangle.
That is nifty.
It's like doing a hospital corner on a bed, if you've ever done that.
Oh, always.
So, yeah, can you see it's created a triangle now, and just going, because I've sewn at 45 degrees to the corner, that's worked there. So I'm going to keep it like that, and then I'm going to carry on stitching now along that fold, along that groove. So let's do
Right
that.
from the very folded edge?
Right from the very folded edge.
Okay.
In we go. So I'm down the groove. And I'm only going to do a bit, but you do this all the way round.
Yep.
Okay, and we'll come off there. I'm just going to trim this binding off so that I can work it now. All right. As I say, this is quite wide binding. You'd probably want to use a thinner one. Right, so now I'm going to turn it to the right side, and it's at this stage that you could pin it. I tend to just be able to do it as I approach it, but it's how comfortable you feel. I'm going to line up now the binding, the bias binding, with that line I've just stitched, so it's right on it.
So it just covers it?
So it just covers it. And because I've sewn at the 45-degree angle, I now get this angled bit here. I don't know if you can see that.
I can.
And then if I turn that up as we turn the corner, look.
Oh, look at that.
You get
That's
your little
smart.
corner.
Yeah.
Does that
And
make
that's
sense?
the perfect mitre. It makes absolute sense, Adam, especially when you say it.
I'm not so sure. But there you go. And you just top stitch that. I can do it now so you can see it.
Yes, please.
Let's do it. I do like to have, I've got like a little straight stitch foot, and it just allows me to get in the groove a little bit, so I get right on the edge.
You can get these in the ditch quilting feet.
Yeah.
And they are
that'd be
ideal for
great.
this.
Yeah.
Or even things like your blind hemming foot, you can use.
Yeah.
Yeah, something similar.
I use an industrial at work now quite a lot, so I'm used to this with my machine is like an industrial style foot.
Yes.
So I can do it with that, but yeah. All right, so we'll put that on there. And again, I'm treating it as a bit of a top stitch. I've probably got my my stitch length at about a 3 now, I think I've got.
Okay, so again, a sort of nice top stitching length.
Yeah. So underneath we go. As I say, I'm just pulling the bias over to it, and I'm right on the edge, so I'm edge stitching it or using, you know, one of the feet that you've just suggested to do it. Pin this if you need to, but I'm just going to go for it today just to show you. As I'm approaching that corner, I'm just going to make sure everything's in place. Here we go.
So pull that mitre up.
Yeah, pull that mitre up there.
This is like sewing on the sewing bee, isn't it?
Yeah. Just doing it.
Pins, what are they for?
I know, and that's it. And as I'm coming to it, I just want to catch that corner. There we go. Needle down, pivot.
Pivot.
Pivot. And then again, just make sure the bias binding is covering that stitch line just. And then on we go. And the more you do this, again, practice it. Practice it on your little scrap that you practiced your quilting on.
Well, I guess you get to do this on the inside of the jacket as well, so there are places to practice, aren't there?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Let's have a little
There we
look.
go.
Oh, immaculate. Look at that. Lovely.
But it's that type of finish that, again, elevates the garment.
It's the kind of top stitching that Patrick Grant could only dream of. Isn't it? Look at that. Look at
And
that.
do you know, if you
Credit
do...
where it's due, Adam.
If you do what I said and line that, when you flip it over, line it right up on the stitching
Quite
line.
didactic, isn't it? If you do what I say.
If you do what I say. But if you do line it up with the stitching on the other side, you get the stitching on the reverse then, right on the edge as well, almost perfect.
Really nice. That's
There's
not
a
almost
tip for
perfect,
you.
Adam. That is perfect. Beautiful. If you do what Adam says, it will be perfect. Gorgeous. Love it. Love it. Right, I'm going to head over this side and recap the bundles,
Fabulous.
Adam. Now, it's all about the pattern, remember? The Tamarack Jacket pattern. 14 to 30, those larger sizes. More in baskets than we have. $18.99. There are two views of this jacket. What is the difference, Adam?
It's the fastening. So I've chosen not to put any fastenings on. The first view does it with a hook and eye.
Yeah.
The second view gives you a little bit of an extension so that you can use poppers. But hey, it's your jacket. You could use buttons if you wanted to.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine rainbow buttons? Like with
Yes.
rainbow bindings,
Yes,
different
I can.
colours, and to jazz it up, or
Lovely.
something like that.
Yeah,
But it
something
wouldn't
really
need
plain, but
buttonholes though.
Yeah. But you can do buttonholes, or you
Yeah.
could do little ruler loop.
Ruler loops or bound buttonholes.
Bound buttonholes. Hello.
That would be-
Have we met? Gorgeous. That's the 14 to 30, based around a D cup. That's going to sell out. That's going to sell out. You can still go through for it. The other sizes, this is 0 to 18, and this is based around a B cup. These are American sizes, by the way, so as always, go by your measurements, but as a rough guide, the 14, you'll be a 16.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. Yeah, they
like a UK
size 2
16.
sizes down.
Yeah. Here's the size chart. But as I say, when you get the pattern, take your measurements and use those. Now, bundle-wise fabrics, we've got, oh, fabulous. Patterned first. This is the one that Adam was working with. It's been wild for this, actually. It is absolutely gorgeous. It's $17.99 for 2.5 metres, and you can't really say fairer than that.
It's lovely. It's
It is
a lovely quality as well.
Lovely cotton poplin.
Yeah.
Really nice to work with. Lovely to quilt, nice and stable. Good beginner fabric as well, this. Now I've got this beautiful, this is a little different, why not? It's a gorgeous winey red colour. It's lovely. Again, pick out one of the colours for your quilting, the red, the white, or the red, or go rogue, go Chartrose.
Ooh, yeah.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah, that one might be a nice.
Yeah. Or you could go with a very, very soft, gentle, like sort of pinky red
Yeah.
quilt. Sketched flowers, that's this one right here. This is quite a creamy base with black printing. Very, very classic. Again, $17.99 for a 2.5 metre bundle. And then last of all in the prints, we've got this lovely printed denim. It's a beautifully soft, supple sort of like a chambray, like a shirting weight, and then overprinted with roses. I've got some plain denims as well. If that's your thing, have a look on the website. Now, I've also got some lining fabrics. Adam was using the navy, which would go with just about anything. This is 100% cotton, £20.74. And actually, quilters, this is our regular quilt weight cotton, Rose and Hubble, just gorgeous. If you want to make yourself a little saving on a 3-metre bundle, go for it. If you're going to do patchwork on the front, you could include this in the front of your jacket.
Yeah, you could, because it's a nice weight.
Very nice, gorgeous. Then I've got a clarity red. This would go beautifully, actually, look, with as your lining, wouldn't it?
That's perfect.
Your binding.
Perfect.
Very, very nice. Remember, this is enough lining fabric to line the largest size, and actually we've been quite generous with the amounts here. So if you wanted to add your own binding out of your lining fabric, I think you pretty much could, couldn't you, Adam?
Yeah, you could. You'd have enough, I should think.
Yeah, maybe not the very largest sizes, but most of them. All right, and then we've got the cadet blue. This is my favourite blue that we do.
It's lovely, that.
I absolutely love this colour. It's just beautiful, cadet blue. Again, that would look really lovely for the lining, but you could add this into your patchwork if you were doing that. One of the patchwork things I would do with this jacket is just to use almost like brick shapes. So like maybe 2.5 by 4.5 or 3.5 by 6.5 inch bricks.
Yes.
But I would have them vertically.
Yes.
Rather than horizontally, like a
Yes.
brick wall. I do them vertically, this away, and that would just look lovely, and it would elongate the shape a little bit.
Yes,
as well.
it would do. What, and have them like kind of offset?
Yes.
Yeah.
Offset the rows.
Yeah,
then.
that would look stunning, actually.
But do it vertically.
Yeah.
You don't want to look like a brick wall.
No.
Well, I mean, you might. Who knows? Light grey. This is our light grey. That's very smart. And also as well, in our next hour, in our tools hour, I've got full bolts of pre-shunk quilter's calico. That would also be beautiful for the lining.
Yeah.
As well. You could go with a calico for the lining.
Yeah, that would
It's pre-washed, pre-shrunk, it's really soft and supple.
Well, that's a bonus that it's pre-washed.
I know, it's fabulous.
Yeah.
Have you not seen it?
No.
Stick around, have a little feel, it's really good. It's great quality. Okay, we're going to go to a break, Adam.
Yeah,
it's gone by too
fabulous.
quickly. Before we do, actually, we said, didn't we, Adam?
Oh, if I'd have had that, I'd have honestly made the binding, because it'd just be stunning on this jacket.
But beautiful, it would be so beautiful. And on the bias, this look, that would have been gorgeous, wouldn't it?
Right, chuck it here, I'm having that.
I know, there you go. You can have it. £6.99 per half metre. Right, now we are going to a break, and when we come back, it's a tools hour. Lots and lots of demos. Stick around, I'll see you after this.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Hi there, good to have your company this morning on Sewing Street. We're nearly at Christmas. Everyone's going a bit sort of, to get all the orders out before Christmas. Obviously now we can't guarantee before Christmas, but really lovely to have something to look forward to after the big day. Now, something that I mentioned in the last hour, and we're going to go straight there, is our calico bolt. You need to work out for this. It's a massive, massive bolt of quilters pre-shrunk calico. Now, what does that mean, quilters? Well, it is a beautiful, fine quality, close weave, finely woven, beautifully soft and supple. This has been pre-washed and pre-shrunk, which makes it absolutely ideal if you wanted to use it for lining the Tamarack Jacket, or if you want to use it as the backing or lining for any of your quilted projects. You can also use it in the front of your quilting. It's lovely for doing things like red work, embroidery on as well. £124.99 is the price you'll pay. You're saving £24.50 on the cost of the bolt. You get a full 25 metres. Now, it isn't regular width either. This is extra wide. Let me see if I've got a tape measure. I don't, let me see. No, that's too short. Ruler's too short. Yeah, do really need a 150 centimetres wide. That's 60 inches wide, thank you. 60 inches wide. So, as a backing fabric for things like wall hangings and lap quilts, you won't even need to join your fabric. Price per metre, please, Hannah. £124.99. That's amazing price, isn't it? 25 metres. Is it about £5 a metre? £4.99 a metre, yeah? That's absolutely fantastic. And you think 60 inches wide, £4.99 per metre, that's a very, very economical way of backing your quilts, your wall hangings. And it's really soft, lovely quality. And also, I'm just going in there because unwashed calico has really quite a distinctive smell, which isn't particularly pleasant, and that doesn't have any of that smell either. I just point that out for some people are really sensitive to smells, aren't they? I don't like funny smells, but you could literally use that straight off the bolt. This is also perfect if you want to do things like toiles for dressmaking to get the fit just so. It's a beautiful pre-washed calico. It's very soft and drapeable. So, I mean, just a great all-rounder and has been hugely popular. So many of you have gone for the 25 metre bolt. You do save £24.50, which is, goodness me, is that about 5 metres for free? Almost 5 metres for free. That's fabulous. Well, yeah, terrific. Absolutely terrific. Going into the new year with a 25 metre bolt, that could well last you all year. Depends how prolific, I guess, you are. But it would certainly even last me quite a while. You get 60 inch wide, 25 metres in length. You save £24.50. And it's on split pay. So if you've never used split pay before, you don't pay any more interest. You don't pay any more than you would if you were buying it full amount on the day. In this case, you're getting 2 split pays. So you pay half today and half in a month's time. You don't have to fill in a form. You don't have to go through any lengthy process. It's literally a choice when you check out your basket. Would you like split pay? Yes. Yes, I would. And then you pay £62.49 today instead of £124.99. Right, that's our calico. Oh, a message. No, not a message. No. Oh, not a message. Not a message. Yeah. Right. Tula Pink Besties, brand new fabric range from Tula Pink. This is the 2.5 inch strip roll. Besties is all about our best friends, our feathered, furred, scaled friends. Hamsters, rabbits, dogs and cats, goldfish, tortoises. This is the 2.5 inch strip roll. You get 40 2.5 inch strips, and we're crashing the price. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Oh my goodness. That is a £12, a £12 saving. That is absolutely worth having. £12 saving. £47.99 is the price you're going to pay. So you get all these beautiful prints, those lovely jade greens, love those little hearts, little gold chains with a heart that says best friends. You get gorgeous geometrics. There's a kind of tumbling blocks with cats, a little floral there with hamsters, of course, goldfish, more hearts. You get these lovely lime greens and chartroses, fabulous golden yellows, almost like a sort of egg yolk yellow, and then through into these lovely pinks and reds. Okay, more fabulous, there's rabbits there. Very cheeky, little goldfish, and soft pinks, and then through to this absolutely delicious sort of lilac-y purple, just to finish off the whole range. It is absolutely stunning, and you're making a saving today of £12, £47.99 for the design roll of 40 strips. That's great. I'm going to be using that actually. Now, let's start with a little demo. So I'm going to unpack this and we're going to have a little go. So this is the 60-degree non-slip equilateral triangle ruler, and it's from Creative Grids. So, of course, you get the QR code on the front of the ruler, which you can scan with a smartphone and go straight through to a video, or you can just go onto YouTube and search it by name. So there's a full demo. You also get written instructions, all right, with your ruler. Okay, here's the ruler itself. It's the 2.5. It's from the 2.5 inch range, so it's ideal for using with jelly rolls or strip rolls. But you can also use the ruler to cut your own 2.5 inch strips. Let me show you what I mean. So down this side, this part of the ruler is a 2.5 inch wide ruler. Okay, so you can just lay this onto your fabric and rotary cut 2.5 inch strips. So that's fab. That's ever so useful. You've also got Creative Grid sort of trademark non-slip dots all along here and here and here. You've also got one here. But look also in your triangles, you've got these big non-slip grips so that your ruler doesn't slip and slide while you're cutting. So first off, it's a 2.5 inch strip ruler, but let's do some cutting. Let's do some cutting. So I'm going to use this rather beautiful strip, and then I think, I'm going to use, is that going to work? That's going to work, that's going to work. So I'm going to lay these two strips right sides together. Now, as I say, you have actually got a 2.5 inch strip ruler. So if you were cutting your own yardage or you wanted to mix these with, say, solids, then you absolutely can cut them out with this ruler. You don't have to grab another ruler. But where it really comes into its own and what it's really designed for is to cut 60-degree triangles. So I'm just going to unlock my rotating cutting mat. If you haven't already got a rotating cutting mat, by the way, do yourself a favour and get yourself one. I really, really do think every sewer needs a rotating cutting mat. They're just brilliant. Right, so I've got that lined up, and then I'm going to lay my ruler on. Okay. Now, here's the good news. This is designed to fit on a 2.5 inch strip, which it does perfectly. And it's designed to cut triangles. I'm cutting these, but I'm also cutting these at the same time. So I'm going to cut, okay, and I'm going to cut all of my straight lines this away. Okay, then I'm going to turn my mat around. Okay, this is how they work. And then I'm going to cut the opposite sides. And do you see as well, you've got this little keyhole here. This is to allow you to rotary cut right up to the point. Look, look, look. So there I've got 6 triangles all cut out just in one pass. Right, so what am I going to do with these now? So what I'm going to do with these now is, I've got 4 layers. And remember the blunt top, this is your dog ears already trimmed off for you. Okay, so what you're going to do now, for example, is you're going to sew these together. Now, I'm going to position these into a hexagon, to start with, just to show you kind of where I'm going with this. Okay. So there's your hexagon, but what I would do is, I mean, you can sew it together just like that, but personally what I would do is I would actually sew these together into half hexagons, because then if you imagine, if I'd cut a different pair, I would have a different colour here, but here would be my next hexagon, my next half hexagon, okay, would be here, okay, but then would also be down here, okay, like this, okay. So you can imagine all the hexagons together, but what you would do is you would separate these out into straight rows. So you would sew these straight lines together, and then when you've sewn all your straight lines, then you sew your rows together, and then you don't have any set-in seams. You've still got hexagons, but you don't have any set-in seams. How cool is that? Now, would you like a crash? Yes, please. Should be £26.99. You're not paying £26.99. Merry Christmas. That's a £10 saving. You're paying £16.99 today. Absolutely brilliant. For a 2.5-inch strip ruler and 60-degree equilateral triangle. Look at that. There it is. Creative Grids ruler. Now, another thing that you can do with this ruler is you can join 1.5-inch strips together. So I wouldn't particularly do this with jelly roll strips because it's not a very economical way to use them. But from yardage, okay, I would cut 2 1.5-inch strips. I would join them together, and then once they've joined, so if I just mock this up so it looks like 2 1.5-inch strips sewn together, like that, okay? So that would make a 2.5-inch strip. Sorry, wait a minute, let me backtrack. We sew, no, it is 2 1.5-inch strips, isn't it? I was doubting myself then. Right, and then what you would do, once those strips are sewn together, you would then cut, you're then gonna cut, and then you've got two different colours. That would be amazing. As Adam ran off with that beautiful rainbow, I mean, I did give it to him, but can you imagine that rainbow fabric cut into equilateral triangles and then pieced back together? How beautiful that would be. We do not reduce Creative Grids rulers normally at all. Taking a £26.99 ruler down to £16.99, we don't do ever. Merry Christmas. We've done it today, £16.99. I love the versatility, the fact that you can use this as a 2.5-inch strip. I mean, how often do we cut 2.5-inch strips? It's a great ruler. It's great for scrap busting. Great when you're cutting your binding, you know. Fabulous. Yeah, you can absolutely sew strips together. You could also sew random width strips together, trim that down to 2.5 inches wide. So it could be sort of string-pieced fabric, yeah? Using up your scraps, using up your bits and bobs, using up your selvedges. Maybe you've been waiting for a project. I mean, selvage fabric, then joined with maybe solids or some of our mottles or our dreams fabrics that we had in the 8 o'clock hour. Over 50 of these rulers have now gone. Well done if you've got yours. It's so easy to use, isn't it? You literally just lay your strips, either right side up, wrong side up, doesn't matter. Lay this on top and then, or you can turn the mat around, you know, however you want to do it. And you've got all your equilateral triangles cut out, and then you start the fun of laying these together. Now, this could be a border for a quilt, couldn't it? So you could sew these, or a lovely band on a bag. So you could sew these together in a line like this, or these could be random fabrics sewn together. You could mix and match your fabrics, okay? So that could be your border. Here's another idea. What about if we then matched up our fabrics, yeah, top and bottom, so that we end up now with diamonds. Our girl's best friend. How about that for a border? That would be delicious, playful, joyful. You know, and with Creative Grids, because they've got that no-slip technology, those non-slip gripper dots on the back, and also actually behind the triangles, you've got a whole triangle there. They're designed by quilters for quilters. Also, can you see here, you've got your 60-degree set between tall triangles, yeah? Clever, clever. Hannah's suggesting I might have this as a 60th birthday present. I made the mistake of asking Hannah this morning how old she thought I looked, and she refused to answer. Very diplomatic. Go on, Dan. Have a guess. Do your worst. Hannah, Dan just said he thought probably 38, 43. And Hannah said, oh, don't lie. I should be 53, Dan. I should be 53. He just went, wow. Morning, gorgeous Stuart. Thank you, my darling Shell. She says, or Shelley? Is that an I at the end or a double L? Oh, Shelley, beg your pardon, I can't see because I'm old. I'm old. Morning, gorgeous Stuart. Have a lot of rulers from Sewing Street and love them. Saves time and frustration at working things out yourself. It really does, Shelley. And it also gives you a better result than you might get. I hate that phrase, a bad workman blames their tools, because it totally denies the fact that good tools make us all look better, help us to all achieve more than we could on our own. There are, you know, super talented best friend that we employ. It's been super popular. You're making a £10 saving. And I mean, frankly, what's not to love about that? I would strip piece some of these and then cut out either 1.5-inch strips sewn together or lots of little thin strips sewn together to create pressure seams open if you're doing that. Lots of you on the phone lines are buying this over the phone. Slight queue there. Sorry about that. This always happens when something proves very, very popular. And another message. Stuart, I was going to say, you don't look a day over fabulous. Chris, I love that. Gina, I don't look a day over fabulous. Chris, I love it. I love it. I love it. Strip off 60. I'm not doing it, Hannah. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Look as well. Look, this is another fab idea. Here on the, look how they've made actually large equilateral triangles using the triangles pieced together to make larger triangles. There's loads of fun you could have with that. Absolutely loads of fun. You know what? One of your New Year resolutions, I'm talking about them already, might be to use up more of the fabric that you have, use up some of your stash. I think that using a ruler like this could be a way to sort of reinvigorate your stash, make you look at it in a whole new light. Instead of looking at it thinking, oh, I don't know what to do, thinking, I can't wait to get started. Sometimes you just need a little platform. Do you know what I mean? Love Creative Grids rulers, says Collector in Merseyside. I have a few different ones and they are worth every penny. Lovely show today. Thank you very much for that. And also worth every penny. How about £10 less than the regular price? Should be £26.99. The price today is £16.99. There it is. There it is. It's the 2.5-inch strip and 60-degree triangles. Easy peasy. Love that. Right, I'll pop that to one side. We're going to do the extra large stripology. There's no crash on this, but frankly, we just need it. We just love it. There it is. This is the Stripology XL. Stripology, if you've not seen it before, again from Creative Grids, between all of these cutting lines, you've got that non-slip strip down. Imagine a ruler that just doesn't move when you're cutting, that just holds in place, easy. No more missed cuts. This is divided up in half-inch increments. They're little slots in between. And essentially what you're going to do is you're going to lay your fabric. Now, usually you'd probably use something like a ½ metre or a fat quarter or something like that. But I'm just going to lay down a 2.5 inch strip. Okay, lay it on down. And then I'm going to lay that, and I like to use as many of the lines on my Stripology as I can. So I'm lining up a line along the top, okay? And then all you need to do, you offer up the cutter into the slot. And depending on what size increments or what measurements you use, you can cut strips or squares or whatever you want from multiple layers. They could be thin strips, they could be squares, they could be rectangles, but you can cut them all through multiple layers and you don't have to move your ruler across, you just keep cutting. Now you can also use your Stripology to cut triangles, diamonds, hexagons. You can use your Stripology XL to square up blocks, units, so half square triangles, flying geese, quarter square triangles, to get them the perfect size. You can use them to cut out background squares for a plique. I mean, it's just so versatile. It's always worth having a look on the Creative Grids website for fabulous information like this, you know, to get the best from your Stripology. Gorgeous, absolutely love it. It's such a versatile ruler, and particularly if you like strip quilting, you know, where you're cutting lots of 2.5 or 1.5 inch strips, you can make absolute mincemeat out of your cutting. You can cut your cutting time down so much using a Stripology, and more importantly than that, boost your accuracy sky high. Because this isn't going to slip and slide. You're not constantly having to move it over and remeasure. You can lay it down on your fabric and then just cut, cut, cut. This is a clever thing about the Stripology. If you look along the bottom, you'll see stars and you'll see squares. And the stars are at 1.5 inch intervals. So if you want lots of 1.5 inch strips, don't look at the numbers, just cut at every star and you'll get 1.5 inch strips. If you want 2.5 inch strips, cut at every square. And there's even extra lines at the beginning for if you want to cut a 1.25 inch strip or a 1.75 inch strip. You can use these additional lines here to increase the measurements that you're able to do. It's just brill. £69.99 and rather a fabulous investment in your quilting future. Do have a look on the website, on the Creative Grids website, and also have a look at the videos, because there's so much more you can get from your Creative Grids products than we could ever show you on air. Right, that's that. Now, next up we're going to do is the Dresden. It's an absolute classic. And the Dresden, actually, let me move this mat out the way so you can see it against the table. This was designed by Lynn Edwards, MBE. I always remember saying to Lynn, how do I remember whether you're MBE or OBE? And she said, well, you know what they stand for, don't you? She said, OBE is others, and then she said an expletive, efforts. And MBE is my efforts. How cool is that? I love it. I love Lynn Edwards. She's ace. So she's an MBE. Right, so that's got that cleared up. The Dresden, it comes in two parts. So you have the wedge shape, All right, so effectively what you do is you cut out the wedge shape and then you fold it in half, right sides together along the top, and you sew across the top. Turn that through to the right side and you end up with a little point at the end, and these edges are turned under and down, so you get rid of the raw edge and you've got a lovely neat edge which you'll applique. You make lots of these blades and then you sew them together into quarters, halves, 3/4 or full Dresden plates, and then you applique around the outside edge. Now that leaves a raw centre. So for that then you use the circle template, and do you notice, look, it's even got the non-slip dots on that. Creative grids are ace, and you use that for the centre circle. Now, let me show you a bit of inspiration. If you go on Pinterest, now these aren't all using the Creative Grids ruler, but I mean so many lovely ways you can use the Dresden idea. So you can see they're full plates, half plates. You can see them made into flowers, sunflowers, beautiful. Just, you know, you get a lot of inspiration. I also love piecing the fabric before I cut out my blades. So for example, if I was to go back to the Tula Pink Besties, so what you might do there is get some of your 2.5 inch strips. Let's just say we got three 2.5 inch strips, sew them together, and then from that, you'll cut out your wedge shape. So then when you sew these together, imagine all the wonderful, almost sort of kaleidoscopic, you know, blades that you're going to get from that. You could intersperse these or alternate these with plain or whole blades with pieced ones, or you could really have fun mixing them up. You can also, if you want to, this lower edge, which is normally covered by the circle, what you can also do is treat this in the same way that you treat the top. So when you're preparing your blades, fold this in half, right sides together, and sew across the top, but also fold this in half and sew across the top. So you turn it through, so you end up with a little point down the bottom and a bigger point at the top. Piece them all together and then applique here and here, and you get like a jaggedy inner and outer. That looks fabulous too. So loads of options, loads of options. This is the ruler, $22.99. Now don't forget, we had the fabulous 2.5 inch non-slip 60-degree triangle ruler. So you can use this part for 2.5 inch strips, this part for cutting out triangles. Absolutely amazing value. It should be $26.99. We've done a little cheeky price drop just for today. Just for today. At midnight, if there are any left, they will go back to $26.99. At the moment, when everyone's checked out their baskets, I've got fewer than 20 of these rulers left. We had big stocks at the start of this hour, but we're down to 20. We're down to 20. Well done if you've got yours. What a fun way to start the new year. Now, oops. Oh, I might have just bought another ruler. A present to me. You know my opinion on this. Gifts for yourself, especially this time of year, are the best presents you'll buy. I love it. Well done. Look forward to seeing what you make. Now, I've got 90-degree triangle. Ah, yes. Now then. So this is another ruler I'm going to show you how to use. This is the 90-degree square ruler. So we're going to use this to make quarter square triangles or hourglass units, which are absolute classics. Right. Like Millie when she hasn't got any food in her bowl and she just goes like this at the carpet. Right, so again, you've got that QR code. Use it, please do. I'm going to show you how to use it, but use that QR code. And you also get a full tutorial inside there on how to use this. So I'm going to use this with 2.5 inch strips, but I mean, look at the size of the ruler. This is going to do up to massive basically, up to massive quarter square triangle, right from really small to absolutely massive. So think about using this for scraps, but think about using this for those really small scraps you've got. Did you get the scrap bag the other day? Or the Moda scrap bags, which are about 2 inches wide? Well, you could use either of those. So I'm going to layer up 2 fabrics. And this is what you would do, whatever the size of your fabric, really. Okay. So this is my 2.5 inch strip. So I'm going to layer this together, layer these together. And this is going to make a 4 inch finished quarter square triangle. Okay, so I've got that lined up. I'm using a rotating cutting mat. So look, while I'm here, just don't cut towards yourself. When you're using your rotary cutter, you always want to cut away from yourself. You know, the best tools any of us have are our hands and our fingers. And, you know, just saying, we need to look after them, right? Yeah, look after them. Right, so I've just turned that around and I'm going to make that cut. And also as well, remember our tables are much higher than they really should be, than the norm. Right, and then all I need to do to continue is to flip my ruler. I mean, ideally, what I'm going to do at home is I'm going to work on a table where I can work from both sides. That's going to make things easiest. So I'm going to cut. There's my next triangle. Turn my ruler and keep cutting along the strip. And here are my, basically, these now are my block kits. So I've got 2 block kits with 2 cuts, simple as that. And when I take them apart, here are my quarter square triangles. So all you've got to do is sew these together. Now, I've said lots of times, especially recently, I've really got into cutting triangles. If I want to make half square triangles or quarter square triangles, I don't do the fancy method where you start drawing lines and sewing either side and cutting apart. I just cut out triangles because ultimately that is faster and I find every bit as accurate, sometimes more so. Look. From 2 cuts, I've got 2 whole block kits, and all you're going to do to sew these together is separate them into 2 halves and flip right to left and right to left. You're going to sew, open that out, and then join these 2 together. Simple as that. And you'll get you don't need to square them up, they'll be the right size. Use a 1/4 inch seam allowance, they'll be the right size. How cool is that? How cool is that? Let's make it even cooler. Here's the ruler, and remember you can make quarter square triangles from, you know, a 1 inch strip up to an 8.5 inch strip. And here's the price you're going to pay. Hello. Well done if you already checked out your basket. You don't pay $23.99, you pay $13.99. Even if you've checked out your basket already. They're all Creative Grids. I love the way Hannah keeps saying they're all official Creative Grids. They're not fake ones. They're not fake ones, they're real ones. We don't crash Creative Grids, let's be honest. We don't crash Creative Grids rulers, but we are. We are today. So look, you could use just 2 fabrics. This would make a fabulous border for a quilt. And you could do this with scraps. That would look so beautiful. You can also change the coloration if you want to and do it like this instead. So you would end up with squares running through, squares on point. That looks really cool as well. Of course, you can use these as the basis of flying geese. So there is another ruler that you can get from Creative Grids that does half square triangles, and then those two rulers combined, again, just create more and more value. I mean, it really is a wonderful addition to your quilting collection. Sue's got in touch to say self-gifting is the future. Again, I want that on a t-shirt. It's true. It's true. Whenever I go Christmas shopping, I buy myself a present first just to get that out of the way. Maria, in Somerset's got in touch to say, looking forward to using the rulers and making a jacket. Great having a demo on using the rulers. Fab show, Maria. Thank you, Maria. I love doing that. I love doing that because so often I just think a lot of things in quilting and sewing are easy to overlook. You just look and think, meh, I don't know, what would you do? It's a ruler, it's a triangle. What would you? But when you see what you can actually do with it. Now, another thing I really love, if we were to do 4-inch finished quarter square triangles, the method, you know, the big square, the either side, you would need 5 1/4 inch squares of fabric, 5 1/4 inch squares, which means you cannot make quarter square triangles that finish at 4 inches from jelly roll strips. Using that method, you cannot do it, but you can, but you have to use the ruler. You have to use the ruler because this cuts out single triangles. Equally, you can't use your scraps to make those because you probably won't have. If you had a 5 1/4 inch square of fabric, you probably wouldn't even call it a scrap. With this ruler, because you're cutting out a single triangle, you can use your smallest scraps up using this. Now, that way, that is saving money, isn't it? If you can use your scraps and make something lovely out of them, if you can make the quilt you want, then it's saving you money ultimately. It's adding value. I paid full price for these rulers over the years. This is collector in Merseyside. They're worth every penny, but they're now even better value. They're quality and they last. Love the sweater, Stu. Thank you. Thank you. I've got a different one for tomorrow. But it's true, they are worth every penny. It's worth every penny of £23.99, but you're saving £10 today. It's £13.99, and it will make, well, so many different sizes. Goodness me, so many different sizes. Don't forget, here we go. Finished 90-degree triangles from 1 inch to 8 inch. Add ½ an inch for the seam allowance. So that's all you do. So if you want, say you want 5-inch finished quarter square triangles, all you need is that would be a 2½ inch strip. No, that would make 4. So your 3-inch strip would make 5-inch finished, because that's your seam allowance as well. Yeah? I mean, they are easy. Use the videos as well. Watch the videos. They are super useful. And you've also got, but if you lose that, it doesn't matter. You've got your QR code on your ruler. And if you don't have a smartphone, you can just go onto YouTube. Half the stock's gone. Well done if you've managed to get yours. Sometimes it's just about seeing them in use, isn't it? Another way you can use these, by the way, for another really fun border is kind of upsy-downsy. So literally just using them in a row like this. Yeah, upsy-downsy. Sew them together. And then at the end of the row, just cut them off. I mean, if you're lucky, it'll be right there. But if it's there, embrace it. Embrace it. Or if you don't want to embrace that, what you can do is add a plain border to your quilt first that brings it up to exactly the right size that this needs to be. So don't faff about trying to make a pieced border exactly the right size. Add a plain border to make this bit easy. And all anyone will see is, oh my goodness, you're so clever. How did you manage that? You just go, you know, just skill. Skill. Right, I've been using the rotating cutting mat quite a lot, and I do genuinely think every quilter needs one because they are just so brilliant, and also I love the safety feature of them. So these lock on the back. Okay, this is a non-slip surface. I know it's slipping and sliding because it actually comes apart, right? Okay, let me just put that back together. So I'll push that out. Oops, there we go. Right, so that's all locked into place. Okay, this is a non-slip surface. So when this is down on the table, I'm putting, look, I'm putting all 11.5 stone of me behind this, and it's not moving at all, okay? So it's not, the table moved, but this didn't. So that's really good non-slip. So you can use it as a regular non-rotating cutting mat, of course you can. Then you unlock. Don't be concerned, by the way, if these bits do come apart, that's right, but then look, it rotates through 360 degrees, and it's a big size. It's 18 inches square, so it's really, really useful size. You've got lots of markings on the mat as well to help you figure out the maths. Great for squaring up units. So for example, if you make your half square triangles bigger than you need them, and then you trim them down to size, you're probably going to end up trimming on all 4 sides. Do you pick your block up and turn it? No. You'd be much better off, I would lay out maybe 4 half square triangles, trim one side of each one, then turn the mat. Trim the next side. You're always trimming away from yourself. And it's a much safer way than this. This is not great. This, please don't do. Please don't ever cut towards yourself or try and, you know, or even I've seen people change hands to try and just turn your board. Use your dominant hand. Always cut away from yourself. None of this, none of this. I have spoken. But honestly, they're brilliant. They're brilliant. The 60-degree ruler has been such a hit this hour, but that means you're in danger of missing out on this if you don't check out your basket, because we are down to our last few. I've got 14 left. Out of how many, Hannah? Oh, hundreds, right. Okay, so literally down to our last 12. So to say it's been popular is an understatement, which is fab. And thank you for getting on board. And I'm glad you enjoyed the demo as well. But we are down to 12. We are down to 12. Remember, you're saving £10. It's £16.99 instead of £26.99, which frankly is the day to buy it, isn't it? It really is. Love the fact that it's a 2.5-inch strip ruler. So if you're making log cabin, especially with your scraps, it's much, much easier to manoeuvre this for cutting 2.5-inch strips from scraps than trying to manoeuvre this. Can you imagine this for scraps? I mean, this is brilliant if you're cutting yardage or borders. We love these, but not for scrap quilting. And you could buy a smaller strip ruler, but this one is a strip ruler, a binding ruler, a jelly roll ruler, brill, but also has 60-degree equilateral triangles as well for £16.99, just brill. Single figures left. Single figures left. Well done if you've got yours. Don't forget the video. Don't forget the non-slip dots all along here where they matter, and here on all of the triangles. So your ruler won't slip. You don't get inaccurate cuts. You get accurate every time. Remember, this price will go up at midnight, which is unlikely that will be an issue because we'll have sold out. Now, don't forget also, we had a gorgeous price crash of £10 on this quarter square triangle ruler or 90-degree ruler. So this is also really useful if you want to square up the corner of a quilt, and this is your largest sort of square ruler. It's not a square, of course, but you could also use this for cutting setting triangles for your quilts as well. Use this for cutting setting triangles. So again, normally if you're cutting setting triangles for a quilt, you would cut a big square and then cut that into quarter square triangles for those big setting triangles. But that means that you have to have large pieces of fabric, whereas with this, of course, you could cut your setting triangle out of a much narrower piece of fabric because you are only cutting single triangles at a time. Really versatile, really versatile. Now, I have a quilter's planner. This is nice. Ooh. Now, give yourself the gift of being organised. I mean, it's a lovely thought. It's a lovely thought. And I'd certainly like to be more organised in my quilting life. This is ring bound. Isn't that lovely? So it's flat on your desk. You get loads of stickers. Oh, these are adorable. Look at these. They're quilt blocks. I love jelly rolls. Handmade with love. Gone quilting. Love that. These are cool as well. Ironing scissors, pins, special ideas. Heart. Started a new project. Quilt happens. Get over it. Get over it. Quilt happens. These are cool. Look at these. Oh, I just want these. I want those. Look, I've got little pockets, fabric swatches. We've got loads of those. This is brilliant. I'm going to be doing a price crash. Yes, 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 yeah. Oh, this is superb. Hello. Hello, Christmas. $29.99 for this. This is a gorgeous, gorgeous Christmas present, isn't it? A formula for backings, a bias binding table, crib sizes or batting sizes, mattress sizes. This is cool. We've got project organisers. We have got an inventory. Oh, this is really cool. I love this. Oh, and then it's all organised into months. So then we've got our diary planners for January, for February. We've got inspiring quilts in there as well. It's not dated, so it doesn't say it's not for 24 or 23. This is for any year that you choose to use it, or multiple years. Oh, this is really lovely. It is really lovely. It's gorgeous. Oh, birthdays. Wait a minute, let's go back to February. Everyone's going to be on holiday. Saturday, the 3rd of February. I mean, if you want to, you know, make sure you plan something in. I'm just accepting it now. I've gone past July, and Dan, I'm not interested. I think that's beautiful. And notes in the back. That is a really lovely thing. Really lovely. You're saving £27 on the cover price for your quilting journal. I think that's rather lovely. Really lovely. On that note, we're going to go to a break. I will see you all. Yeah, it has been really nice. I've enjoyed this last hour. Now I'm looking forward to the next hour too, actually, because my very darling friend Adam Brooks is back. The fabric bundles are already absolutely flying out. We've got faux silk and we've got viscose in William Morris. Everything Willie Moe and everything Adam Brooks after the break.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street. Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous. Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Hey, it's good to have your company on this Thursday, also Anne Frank Day. Yeah, oh, it's been a while since I've read Anne Frank's diary. Have you ever read that, Adam?
Do you know what? It was at school, I think. That's how long ago for me. I used to visit Amsterdam quite a bit, but could never get in for the tour because it was always...
You have to book yourself in advance.
I
You do. But it's a brilliant... It's everyone needs to read the Anne Frank diary. The Diary of a Young Girl, it's called, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, it's Anne Frank Day. It is also Adam's Day.
Oh.
Well, for me anyway. Adam Brooks is here,
It's
everybody.
Me that's in with you.
Yeah. Oh, it's so lovely to see you because it's been ages.
It's been too long.
You've been very busy doing
I
panto.
have, yeah, I didn't have a show in November because of pantomime, getting all the costumes out, and then, of course, we're in December, and before we know it, Christmas is here.
And now you're getting married, so all you're going to be thinking about is saying yes to the outfit. Gorgeous.
The dress.
Are you going to make your own?
Oh, I don't know. I've not thought about it. It's a lot of pressure, isn't it? A lot of stress.
Yeah, definitely. But you
maybe
also
I'll
want to
do
look your
something.
best.
Yeah, I might do something that's a little bit of a touch, whether it's like a pocket square or something. I know that's really small, but I'll be thinking about lots
Minimal
of
effort,
things.
isn't it?
And I'll be busy here, won't I? And panto again and all sorts. Anyway.
No, I mean, if you're happy with that. I'm not going to say anything. Anyway, let's have a little look. We are going to be doing the Donny shirt. Yeah, I'm wondering if that's Donny Osmond. This is $18.99. It's from the Friday Pattern Company, and it is gorgeous, absolutely beautiful. It is a boxy pull-on top that's designed to be a workhorse in your wardrobe. It's a dartless top with a lapel collar and patch pocket. The Donny is a great everyday top that can be worn with practically anything. Because of its boxy silhouette, the Donny is comfortable but still cool. Pair it with jeans or a skirt, layer it over or under a dress. The sky's the limit.
It certainly is. Now
How was it to sew?
It was really nice, actually. It's got some interesting techniques, which I'll go through, because it's got a facing on the inside, and that lapel collar is actually an easier way. If you've ever sewn a lapel collar before, you know they can be quite tricky. This actually, I thought, was an easier way to achieve it.
Nice one.
The fabric's gorgeous, which I know you're getting on.
Oh, fabric's divine. Let's just show you the size chart for this pattern. It's one size, or one pattern for everybody. So this goes from extra small to 7X. So really, really good range of sizes there. So you've got an extra small, a medium, a large, an extra large, and a double XL. Then we go 1X, 2X, 3X, 4X, 5, 6, and 7. So there is a really, really fantastic range of sizes there. Absolutely brilliant. A message from Wendy. Wow, just got home. Yeah, Merry Christmas to my 2 favourite men. Oh, that's nice.
Merry Christmas
Thank
to
you. Yeah, Merry Christmas, Wendy. Finished for the holidays. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, so one pattern for everybody. As always, check your measurements. Go with that rather than your dress size. I'm gonna have to change my earpiece. I can't. It's horrible. Let me pull it out. There we go. Technical difficulties, Adam.
Lee, you handle it so superbly. You're just so calm, Stuart. That's what I love about you. But we also have a laugh behind the scenes as well.
We do.
And
There's
on
all
screen.
sorts going on in my ear. So there's the pattern. I'm going to show you the fabrics now, and I've got 2 different bundle options. So I've got some faux silks, and I've got some viscose fabrics, and they're all William Morris, and they're all gorgeous.
These are going to fly out.
I
just know it.
Absolutely amazing. I'm going to start with the faux silks. I'm hoping that's okay. I want to start, if I may, with PY62. These are all 2-metre bundles, and they're absolutely gorgeous. Look.
I want that one.
I know. I know. Isn't it just divine? I mean, truly, truly divine. I'm going to open it. Look at the price. Can you believe that? 2 meters of faux silk, William Morris faux silk, for under £20. Do not expect these bundles to be around for very long at all, because they won't be. This, Adam, get over here. Grab one corner. I feel like we need to ripple this. Yeah, look. Just look at that. That is just beautiful, isn't it? This is like one of those ASMR videos. Look at the ripple on that.
We cover it all here at Sashco.
It is, though. It is just, it feels amazing, doesn't it? Now, you might not be going for the Donny shirt. You might be thinking a shell top. You might be thinking something like just a little sleeveless slip top, something like that would be lovely. You might be thinking of a little kimono style jacket. You might have, I mean, I know Tracy Dennis uses a lot of viscose in her patterns, and you could use this in place of a viscose, couldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
The faux silk,
yeah, because it's
any
got
of
the
her
same
patterns.
drape.
What about something like, sort of wide-legged, almost pyjama style trousers?
Yeah.
In that? Or like silky pyjamas.
Yeah.
That would
yeah.
be
They'd
lovely.
be very posh pyjamas.
Well, don't you wear silk pyjamas? Charlie goes every year to Cordings in Piccadilly, which is
Right.
the most gorgeous, old-fashioned gentleman's outfitters, to buy me pyjamas.
There you go.
I'm a very lucky boy. Those are beautiful. That is beautiful, isn't it? £19.99 for that. Let's just change over my... I've got to put my cable on, but I'll just
Do you
give
know,
that a try.
Stuart,
Thank
even if you wanted an easy project and like first time sewing with that fabric, like
Yeah.
just a scarf or something, if you just finished it,
Yes.
it's beautiful.
Something like an infinity scarf.
Yeah, well, maybe just even like a long rectangle if you, I mean, it's really simple, but if you roll hemmed it or, you know, just finished it off nicely on the edges, it's a real quick, easy project and gets you
Yeah.
used to sewing that fabric if you didn't want a big project.
Yeah.
But whatever, you've got to have some of that in your stash. I
Yeah.
need some of that in my stash. Look at it.
It is. It's absolutely fabulous, isn't it? £19.99 for 2 meters of tulip and willow faux silk. You could make men's ties out of this. You mentioned pocket squares, which I was very rude and sort of, you know, but actually that would be beautiful. Maybe someone's getting married.
Yeah.
Maybe, Adam,
Yeah,
someone's
I
getting
don't know.
married. And what you wanted to do, thank you, is make pocket squares for all of the groomsmen.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it? And
Wouldn't it?
William Morris has got a very country feel to it. So if it's that country type of wedding, it'd be
Are
perfect.
you having a country style wedding?
Well, I do like tweed. So, yeah, maybe.
Adam, what about getting married on a farm in Yorkshire?
That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Do you know, I love the colour of that as well.
It's divine. Tulip and Willow. Look, Victoria and Albert Museum in London for Visage Textiles. This is an official partnership between the V&A and Visage Textiles,
Yeah.
who of course I do my fabrics with.
Do you do with Visage?
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah,
know
Craft
that.
Cotton Company, Visage.
Oh, I'll have to have a chat. We have a lot of our fabric for Panto from Visage.
Oh, yes. Take it. Now, your top is made out of Strawberry Thief. So let me grab the faux silk in Strawberry Thief. Again, it is just divine. Look at the waft on, but if you're somebody who gets power surges, do you know what I mean? If you get little age-related power surges, you want something that's light, airy, do you know what I mean? That drapes nicely,
Yeah.
that's not clingy, that's
Yeah.
not going to make you feel all sort of sweaty and overheated. This is so floaty. As an edge, would you do like a rolled hem, something like that? You could
Yeah, you're going to want a delicate hem on this. And for the shirt, I've done a rolled hem or a little pin hem, just because it's a more delicate fabric. I've omitted the patch pocket on the pattern for this because it's got a blousier type of feel with this fabric. So I
Yes.
didn't feel like it needed it.
I agree with you.
But yeah,
But there is the option of a patch pocket if you want in the pattern. That is lovely. And it's lovely. I mean, it's colourful, but they're quite muted, soft colours as well, aren't they?
yeah.
Yeah, that is gorgeous. Again, something like a kimono jacket, little slip-on, posh pyjamas. I mean, lovely. The next one that we're going to do, shall I do the lily, the tiger lily? Golden lily. This, again, I just think that is, that's so rich, isn't it? It's absolutely divine. The colours are so rich and intense. They are lovely. I can't stop doing this because that play of light on the faux silk is beautiful, isn't it? You could do men's ties in this. You could do cummerbunds.
Yes.
Love a cummerbund.
Yeah.
Pull it all in.
Nice. Yeah, if you had it all matching.
Yeah. It's like a sort of man's version of Spanx, isn't it?
What a cummerbund is.
Pull it in! Pull it tighter!
I've never heard it described as that bad. I love it.
Yeah, lovely. Lots of you buying this for your stash. I was going to say, was that a drum? Oh, this is lovely. This is lovely. What design is this? This is Clover. I just want to open them all out because the drape on them is absolutely gorgeous. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful?
All of these are stunning.
They're amazing.
If I was sat at home now, I'd want them all.
I know. And the feel of them, they're so light, they're so soft. I mean, they're just incredible. I cannot believe that they are £10 a metre, basically. £19.99 for a 2 metre bundle. Single figures on this bundle. Oh, Christine's got in touch. She was late to the party. She says, congratulations, Adam James Brooks. I am so happy for you.
Oh, is that Christine Cummings?
Yeah.
Oh, I've met her many times at a show.
Have you? Oh, that's
Lovely lady, thank you.
Really lovely. She also asks, Hannah, is it shop on anything to enter the prize draw, please? We don't have a prize draw at the moment. Is it something on Hobby Maker? I don't know. We don't know. Sorry. If you have a look on the web, if there's a competition, have a look. Okay, there we go. Look, shop to win, buy any product on the web on the 21st and be automatically entered to win one of 3 £100 Sewing Street gift cards. So it's through the web shop. So anything on the web just for today. Oh, Jenny Jackson's messaged in.
Oh, she's here.
She says, hello, you two handsome men. Loving the shows and the patterns and the fabrics are amazing.
Do you know, I've not spoke to Jenny for ages and we're doing our little pin and tonic tonight.
Oh, fantastic.
We've not done it in a while because I've had rehearsals and stuff. But yeah, we're getting together and having a chinwag. So if anybody fancies joining us at 7:30 on Jenny's Facebook.
Brilliant. Jenny's Facebook. Absolutely awesome. Right. Those are my faux silks. Now, I've also got viscose in the same prints. Plus, I have a cheeky bonus one as well. Let's start with Strawberry Thief. This is a 2 metre piece. Would this be a little easier to work with because the faux silk, a little bit slippery?
That's it. Well, the faux silk's got that lustre and with that, it's a little bit slippy to work with.
Yeah.
Yeah, whilst this has still got the same drape, but without all of the slip.
Yes, yes. You are going to give us some tips for working with faux silk, though, aren't you?
Yes,
little top tips
absolutely.
throughout the show. So this is the viscose. I'll just put the faux silk next to it, just so you can see that really the only difference is exactly the same scale, but you've just got this slightly sort of more shiny look to the faux silk, and it's a bit more slippery. But the viscose, very easy to work with. A real favourite, I know, of our lovely Tracy Dennis, who uses viscose a lot in her patterns. So a 2 metre piece, enough to make the largest size of the Donny shirt, by the way. So that is £19.99. Again, amazing price for 2 metres of Strawberry Thief. And this is official V&A with Visage Textiles viscose. Right, Tulip and Willow. This is the one that I started with in the faux silk. 1/4 of the stock of this viscose has gone on pre-order. So this is that amazing blue. And I love, it's got this sort of very subtle, vertical, gentle serpentine in it. Isn't that lovely? Which again, on something like a shirt or a dress or trousers, is just going to elongate everything, isn't it? Or if you want to use it the other way on the boxy jacket, will kind of accentuate that boxy style. Okay, that's that one. 2 metres, £19.99. We've got Clover in the viscose. This has been very, very popular as well. Both the viscose and the silk. It seems to be the favourite pattern. Interesting, because it's the smallest pattern as well. And I personally would go for something big.
With William Morris, yeah. That's lovely, though.
Beautiful. It's just a real classic, isn't it? Very wearable. Again, 2 metres for £19.99. And it's very easy to care for as well, viscose. It's easy to sew, easy to care for as well. Golden Lily. This is in viscose again. So again, you can make things like slim or wide leg trousers, pajama style trousers, kind of drawstring waist, or shorts and a little vest top or shell top with this. You can obviously make the Donny with it. You could make a little kimono style jacket unlined. These bundles, remember, are large enough for the biggest size of the Donny shirt. So that's the 7X shirt. Fabulous. So if you've got leftovers, a little infinity scarf or a little something like that, or a little hair twist, all sorts you can do. And then I've got a little cheeky extra in the viscose, only available in the viscose. This is pretty, pretty, pretty. How lovely. That reminds me of sort of Jacobean crewel work. Isn't that lovely? What's that design called? Oh, even load. Or even load? Even load, even load?
Yeah, I'll look.
Smashing, isn't it? These will all be prints that you can find in the V&A. Yeah, it's a brilliant partnership between Visage and the V&A. They've done some beautiful sort of reproductions of real classics, and the quality is incredible. Obviously, the V&A are all over, well, Visage are all over the quality, aren't they? And making sure that they're just right. Making sure that they're just right. This is on the V&A website. This is the original design, even load, a furnishing fabric from 1883. And that's testament to William Morris, isn't it? That his designs are as wearable and as popular now as they were over 100 years ago.
Timeless.
They are timeless. They are. They are. Gorgeous. Adam, over to you.
Well, this is fab, honestly. The fabrics alone. But you said about looking at ways to sew, particularly the faux silk. I'd say if you were a complete beginner, get it in your stash because it's just gorgeous.
Yes.
But the viscose is probably going to be easier than the faux silk to sew. When you're cutting out, because of that drape and because the faux silk does slip a little bit, you're going to want to have a nice big area where you can cut out first off. You're not going to be wanting to cut out on the floor.
So clear the kitchen table.
Clear the kitchen table. And we're going to want to cut singularly as much as we can do, where often in dressmaking patterns we'll cut with the fabric doubled, so you cut in the left and the right side or on the fold. For the faux silk especially, I'd be saying to cut it singularly and handle it a little bit like chiffon and organzas and other drapier and slippier fabrics. What you're going to want to make sure in your machine is that you've got a nice sharp needle. And if you're starting a project with this beautiful fabric, put a new needle in and go for a finer needle as well. Again, like you would with chiffons, organza, treat it as a delicate fabric.
Like a 60?
Yeah, I've got a 70 in here, but yeah, a 60 or 70 would be perfect. So that's that. And again, pinning it as much as you can do and hand basting will always help. I know it's the bit that nobody wants to spend the time doing because you want to get to the machine and start to see the garment being constructed. But, you know, just doing those things will just really, really help. And we will do a bit of machine basting as well, particularly on the collar, which I'm going to show you now.
Okay, great.
So we'll start with the collar. And I've got it out of your bonus one, your bonus viscose.
Even load.
The even load, that's it. So I've interfaced one collar piece and the other piece is uninterfaced. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew around the neckline, which is the straighter, squarer part, or the part that's unnotched. Okay, so I'll just move that up there, wonderful. I'm just going to put some pins in here Just lining all of that up. Now, even with the viscose, just be careful that you're not stretching it out when you're cutting it, when you're pinning it. And when I interfaced the pieces, I did something called block fusing, which was to take a large rectangle of the fabric with my interface one large bit, and then cut out. For this and fabric that moves quite a bit, you get a cleaner piece when you're interfacing that way.
Yeah, I must admit, I do that with most interfacing.
Yeah.
I've never really understood why you would cut out all those individual pieces and
No.
then try and line them up.
This is it. I mean, I do a combination of both. It depends. If you're wanting to save on interfacing a little bit and you're being careful with how much wastage, then I suppose it's better not to block fuse.
Yeah.
But yeah, you get a better result if you block fuse.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you want some interfacing, we've got ultra soft, light interfacing in white on screen. It's $2.99 for a ½ metre, and that would do the job very nicely, wouldn't it? It stabilises without adding any weight.
That's it. It's perfect for this, and again, perfect for the faux silk, where we're getting that blouseier kind of top with it.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is to make this gorgeous floaty fabric not floaty.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to backstitch at the beginning and the end. The seam allowance is 1 centimetre or 3/8 of an inch throughout. And my stitch length's at 2.4. I'm just going to, it's basically like sewing a rectangle a little bit. So I'm going to stop with my needle down just 1 centimetre from that edge, and I'm going to sew this neck edge now. And there's lots of diagrams in the pattern, and actually something I really quite like, Stuart, is they give you like an instruction overview, so step by step, a short instruction. So for those advanced people, you could probably just use that,
right?
Or use it as a little bit of an overview, and then it goes into detail for each step with pictures.
Oh, I like that.
Really nice.
So there's like a short version of the instructions and a more in-depth version.
Yeah,
How
they are
clever.
sewing steps, and then on the next page is
thank
detail.
you. Oh, look at this. That is good. That is good. So you've got a combination of like basic, this is what you're going to be doing, you're prepping, and then you're sewing. So I think that's great. And then you've got your detailed sewing steps that really spell it out.
The first thing I do whenever I'm sewing a new pattern, no matter if I've made a shirt or a blouse before, is I read through all the instructions. Not in great detail, but enough to go, oh yeah, okay, that's how I'm going to put that bit together, and then they're going to want me to do that, and oh yeah, it's the burrito method to do the yolks and whatnot. So it just gives you a little bit of direction, and then you read through it more thoroughly as you're going along, and it all makes sense, and that helps prevent any mistakes as well. Even if you read just a couple of steps ahead.
Well, you were saying there's some techniques in this pattern that you haven't come across before, or that we may not have come across before. So important.
Exactly. Because, there's so many different ways to do things when it comes to sewing. Right, all I'm going to do is just trim off my corners so I can turn that through nicely, and then give this a good press. Just grade that down a little bit. So, and that's just to avoid any bulk and to get a nice point on the collar.
Yes. Yes, it's those little details that really make a garment, don't they?
Yeah. And then I always have my point turner with me just to turn those out and not use the edge of my scissors or...
Is that the prim point turner?
That's the prim
Lovely.
one, yeah.
Lovely.
It's such a simple device, but it's just so handy, isn't it?
Brilliant, yeah. I don't think they're in stock at the moment, but when they do come into stock, if you haven't got one, get one. They're really good.
That's it. All right, so we've got the collar there, and then you're just going to get your pressing mat or go over to your ironing board. It's so important to press as you go. It's often a step that beginners especially will tend to miss out.
Yeah.
And pressing as you go is just really important, because it just makes sure that the garment and the finish on the garment is really pristine at the end.
Yeah.
So there we go. I'm just going to flatten that out. I'm just going to roll that seam that I've made now, just between my fingers as I go along with the iron to flatten it out. Now, another tip for sewing faux silk. It's not so bad with the viscose, but you want your iron on low.
Yes. Like one spot.
Yeah. Especially with that faux silk, because...
Might you use a pressing cloth?
Yes, absolutely. For the silk, I use the pressing cloth. And that can just be anything, whether you've got a fancy pressing cloth or, you know, an offcut of fabric.
Yeah.
A bit of calico. Or
Quilter's calico, yeah.
You know what I mean? Any kind of offcuts like that would be perfect.
That looks lovely.
So I've just pressed that, and it's really pleasing when you've, you know, reduced the bulk in the corners, because you get a nice point then.
Yeah.
I've put one of these irons on my Christmas wish list.
Have you?
Yeah. I can never use it right in the studio, and I've realised why. Because I'm right-handed and the iron's always on the left.
Yes.
I can't just...
I know.
So I have to handle it a bit. But that's because I have to have my sewing machine on the left.
Yeah.
Right, OK, so then what I'm going to do is just pin... Now I've pressed that, is just pin the bottom edge now. Sorry, the curvier side is the neck edge. I said that wrong. The curvier side is the neck edge. That straight edge that I've just sewn is the collar.
Got you, yeah.
So I'm just pinning this now. And again, nice sharp pins, and you can often get like more delicate pins for when you're working with silk and stuff, and for any hand sewing like silk needles and stuff.
Yeah.
It's just
things like lingerie or bridal pins.
Yes, that's the one. Now, the instructions to sew this at 6 millimeters, which is about 1/4 of an inch. It should just be within your seam allowance, basically.
Got you.
So as long as you're in the seam allowance. I'm upping my stitch to 5, which is the longest stitch that my machine will do. I don't need to back tack because it's just a basting stitch. And I'm just going to take my pins out as I go along and just sew now along this curved edge, which is which will go to the neckline. Again, just take your time with this and don't miss this step out thinking, oh yeah, I can just, you know, pin it all to it when I get to it. Because honestly, especially with the faux silk, it's going to be really, really tricky at that stage. And one of the things that doesn't make it tricky is the fact that you've basted it.
Yeah, yeah. Otherwise, the layers might slip apart, mightn't they?
Yeah. There we go. So just coming to the end now. And I've basted that. Now, what I love in the instructions, if you go to the collar part, it will say, now put the collar part to one side and let it know you'll be back later. And that
that's
really
fantastic.
made me smile.
I like that.
Really
I like
made
that.
me smile.
That's really fun. Let's sew a shirt.
Let's sew a shirt. Right, other pieces that we've got involved then. We've got some facing pieces. So I've pre-prepared these and pressed them. You want to interface them as well. So when you're block fusing, you can cut those out at the same time as you're cutting the collar out. And I've just sewn it along the curved outside edge. And again, it shows you on the diagram. I've just pressed it over by 1 centimetre and then 1 centimetre at the bottom as well. So that's a little bit of prep for you there.
Yeah.
The interfacing really does help. Especially with the facing, to give it a little bit of structure. But like you said, it's not too heavy. Okay, so then what we've got here is 2 yoke pieces. You're going to keep 1 yoke piece to the side for a moment. Let me just put these tissue pieces here. And then we're going to take the front pieces. Which are these ones? It's just gorgeous, this one. And we're going to sew the shoulder seams to one of the yoke pieces.
Okay.
For now. So we're going to lay that out. I'll just move that up so you can see it. I've just seen how many grey hairs I'm getting on my head on the overhead camera.
I don't like the overhead here. It's not good.
I'm getting used to it now, but yeah, it's just getting used to the position of it.
No, you see grey hairs, I see shine.
No, you don't, surely.
I do.
Right, now there are notches on the shoulder, so make sure you match those notches up, because they will be need to be matched next to the collar piece as well.
Okay. If you've just joined us, Adam Brooks is making the Donny shirt from the Friday Pattern Company. Those details are on screen. One size, one pattern covers all sizes, from extra small through to 7XL. So you've got a really, really broad range of sizes there. So there's really something that's going to fit almost everybody, I think. It's a lovely kind of boxy shirt, short-sleeved.
Yeah.
Got a lovely, would you call it a lapel collar or a...
Yeah, it is a lapel collar because it juts out and it folds back on itself.
Yeah,
and that's
love
kind
that.
of integrated within that facing piece.
It's really nice.
Usually when you sew a notched collar or a lapel collar, is you have to like sew right up to a point in here and then fold the fabric and the seam allowance back the other way and then get your machine in exactly where you are. And that's why doing blazers is quite difficult. But this kind of just sews itself onto it because it's integrated within the facing. So it's a little bit easier, I thought. Right, so I've got my pins in there and we're just going to sew this at a centimetre seam allowance to one of the yoke pieces. Now, if anybody is familiar with the burrito method, this shirt uses that.
I'm familiar with burritos.
Basically, it involves 2 yoke pieces and it gives the best finish on a shirt.
Yeah.
Because it means it's like semi-lined inside.
Yeah, all your raw edges are sandwiched inside it, aren't they?
Yeah. And you kind of roll up the fronts and backs of the shirts and encase them in between. And with right sides together, you sew the yoke piece at that back seam.
Yes.
And then it all gets encased and you bag it out, really.
Yeah, you pull it through, don't you?
Pull it through. And then it's all finished off lovely. And I've demonstrated the burrito method a couple of times. So if you look back on Sewing Street on YouTube.
Sue asked a good question. She says, would you overlock the pieces first to make the whole thing more durable? Or would the overlocking make the seams too heavy?
Yes. So if you were making it to the highest standard you could with the faux silk, I'd be saying let's go for French seams, which would be the chef's kiss, do you know? But, you know, it can be quite difficult. And if it's your first attempt using this fabric, I wouldn't do that. You can finish them in a multitude of ways. You could do the zigzagging method if you haven't got the overlocker. You could pink them, which is a more vintage way. But an overlocker is what I would use if you were just doing a standard finish to keep it more durable. It won't make it any more heavier. I've overlocked the inside front seam here, and it's absolutely fine. So I won't worry about it adding weight.
Still hangs nicely.
It still hangs nicely, absolutely. But yes, and it gives you details on how to finish it throughout as well.
Great.
I think actually they give you details of like finishing methods and a link in the pattern to things that are more visual. Right at the top of the pattern, I think it is.
That's cool. Anne's messaged in for you as well and says, congratulations, Adam. And a great show as always. Love the fabric.
Yeah, it is beautiful fabric.
If you didn't know, Adam's getting married.
I'm more excited about the fabric. Do you know when I got delivered and I was like, oh gosh, I was like, this is new. I've not used anything like this before on Sewing Street. This is fab. Yeah.
It is beautiful. Nice. What's lovely is we've got, for most of these prints, we've got 2 options. Now, the one that Adam's using is in a viscose only. This is a design called Evenload or Evenload. It's really pretty. For me, it's somewhere between Jacobean crewel work and Indian block printed fabric.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just stunning. And I love this soft pink and sort of almost like a sea foam colour in the leaves. It's just really pretty. Very delicate. $19.99 is not your per metre price. That's for a 2 metre bundle. I know, it's amazing, isn't it? 2 metres for $19.99. And that's enough to make the Donny shirt in the 7X size. So this will make the largest size. Now, we've also got 4 other beautiful William Morris prints in viscose, but we've also got those 4 prints in faux silk, which is absolutely beautiful, isn't it?
I think it's great to be able to offer both. I didn't realise you'd got both until top of the hour.
Now, talking of the top of the hour, I showed this one first. This is called Tulip and Willow. This is the faux silk. There's more in baskets than we have available. It is the most gorgeous, drapey, sort of gorgeous sheen. The colours are absolutely amazing, aren't they? It's that gorgeous navy and soft federal blue. But in the silk finish, where they've got that gorgeous sort of slight sheen to it, it just brings the whole thing to life. It's beautiful. 2 metre piece again, would you believe, 19.99.
Yeah, that's fab. And you know, it looks, the print on it almost looks like a pale gold in some lights. Like...
Yes, yes, it is. It's lovely.
Right.
Now, I've also got that design in viscose. So if you want an easier to sew option, perhaps a little bit more beginner-friendly version. Also, just it's very, very versatile. This is viscose. So, again, lovely to wear. It's sort of light and floaty. It's got a gorgeous drape and a lovely hang to it. It's not going to cling to your body. It just drapes beautifully. Exactly the same scale of print, the same colours. This is simply viscose instead of faux silk.
And that's the one.
Adam, can you remember when you've demonstrated the burrito or what garment you've demonstrated it on?
I definitely did it on John Scott's birthday shirt.
That would be easy to find. Sue, look for John Scott's birthday. Do we know offhand when that was? Was it Friday the 13th? I'm kidding. My husband was born on Friday the 13th, actually.
Was he?
Yeah, he was.
My cousin was.
He and his twin sister.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it was a very good day. It was a very good day. Do you want me to go through the other fabrics? We'll go back to Adam. Yeah, we'll go back to Adam.
All I'm doing now is pinning that basted edge, that curvier edge that's going to the neckline, neckline. There's a little notch right on the centre front of the neckline that you line the edge of that collar piece up to. So I've just pinned that in place. Just take your time with doing this because you're sewing a convex curve to a concave. That was technical, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So it's just fitting those pieces together, and they do fit together wonderfully. But it's just taking your time.
Do you know which is which? Concave, convex?
It is concave shallow and convex.
Caves go in.
Caves go in, yeah. There you go. That's how you remember it, isn't it? It was the difference between when I used to work on
stalactites and stalagmites.
Yeah, you knew what I was going to say.
Go on, do it.
I can't remember. I could never get it right.
Isn't it tights come down?
Yes, yeah, yes, that's the one. You're so cheeky, I love it.
So stalactites come down, stalagmites grow up.
That's the one. Right, all I'm going to do is now baste this into place again. So I've basted the collar piece together once, and now I'm basting it to the actual body of the shirt.
Okay.
So there we go. So I can keep it on my basting stitch. No need to backstitch with a baste, because they're either going to come out, or if they're concealed, then you don't need to worry. These are concealed if you keep within the seam allowance. Now, because you're doing that convex curve to concave, you just need to be very careful when you're doing this stage that you don't catch any of the fabric. So all I'll keep doing, I'll show you, I'll go around this first bit. I'm just making sure with my fingers that it's flat, and then every now and again I'll just lift it and just make sure all the fabric's going to my left.
Understood.
And just then with my fingers making sure that's nice and flat.
So you don't get pleats or ripples?
That's it, because it's so quite easy to pucker it or, you know, catch a bit in the wrong place. Just before this stage as well, talking of pressing, I just press the shoulder seams towards the back yoke. And again, that's just going to make for a nice finish and make sure that seam's nice and set. Take my pins out as I go. There we are. So yeah, a bit of turning points and basting to begin with, shoulder seams. It was at this stage, I'll be honest, when I was making it, I was a bit like, oh, I'm putting the collar on now, am I? Oh, okay. And it's like, I've got
It seemed like a very early stage.
Yeah, and it's a bit like, oh, I've got the collar on and I've got a bit of the yoke and a bit of the front, but it's this dangly thing, and because it's so drapey, it's like, you know. So again, just keep laying everything out flat as well, so you can get your head around, you know, visually where the garment's at.
Yeah.
Okay, so going around that, just taking the pins out.
So at the moment, you're just basting that collar into place.
Yeah. That's exactly it. Right, I'm just coming to the end of that collar now.
So will you be making your mum's outfit for the wedding?
I've already made one outfit for a wedding.
You have. That's why I asked.
He knows everything. I do like making for my mum. I do like making for other people. I rarely make for myself, to be honest. Although I did make my jive outfit.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, for
Nice.
the Strictly thing that we've just done. Yeah, so that was good. Yeah.
I love the jacket you made in the gorgeous printed velvet that we do. You made a fabulous jacket. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, well, that was a nice one, actually, wasn't it? Yeah, that was for... oh, gosh, that was for the NEC, wasn't it? Yeah, you were comparing the fashion show.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that was at Ali Pali.
Yeah, it was at Ali Pali. Look, you say it properly, and I say it like a Leicester person would say, Ali Pali.
Are you coming to the Design Centre in Islington in March?
I've not got any plans at the moment, but it would be good to... I've never been to Stitch Festival. It would be good to go.
Haven't. But here's the thing. There's a catwalk show of past bees in their outfits. Or outfits. I'm comparing.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm just saying, that's not as good as that. No, I'm being the compare. I'm hosting.
That'll be really good then.
I'm hosting it. Well, you have to be there.
Yeah.
You have to be there, Adam.
Well, I'll have to make time from work, won't I, to go and do it.
On the Saturday.
Yeah.
I think it's on the Saturday. I'll keep you posted.
Yes, please do, because I'd love to come to that. Right, so I'd already pre-pressed my facing pieces. I'm also going to do the same with this yoke piece as well. Again, this might be a little bit like, oh, why are we doing this? Am I doing it right? You have to trust the process a lot when we're sewing. But all I'm going to do is just the shoulder seams, press it over by 1 centimetre.
Okay.
So here we go. This is the back yoke, or one of the back yoke pieces. Now, you can tell I'm just eyeballing a centimetre there. You measure it.
Why is it one rule for me and a different rule for you?
Well, I'm doing this all the time. I bet you... Well, I don't want to hold myself to it now in case it's not, but...
No, you're right. You can eyeball it. Once you know what you're doing, you can eyeball these things,
yeah.
can't you?
I'm used to, at the moment, having to make things quite quickly, costume especially. So it's one of those things where it's like, you know, do it. And your eye gets better to see distances and measurements. Of
course it does.
You'd be able to tell me what an inch is straight away, do you know?
Well, 1/4 of an inch usually.
Yeah, exactly. So there you go. Right, and then this is where, that's it, where we go.
Because you had your taste of making things quickly on Sewing Bee, didn't you?
Yeah.
Which series were you in, Adam?
7. 7. And what are they on now?
11.
Is it?
I think it's the 11th series. Or is it the 10th? Will it be the 10th series next? I mean...
Yeah, it'll be the 10th series next,
That's
I
right,
think.
that's right.
Right, so we're going to sew these facing pieces to the back yoke. Yeah, they've got the Christmas celebrity one on tonight, haven't they?
They have. The original. It was, I think. I like the Christmas, but the original. We did a Christmas special.
Yes.
For the first series, but what they did was they got back me, Anne, Sandra, and Lauren.
Yes.
Plus May Martin and Patrick Grant.
Yeah.
And the best bit, of course, was it wasn't a competition and we got paid. So, of course, contestants don't get paid for the sewing bee. But because we'd gone back, we were co-presenters, which meant that we got hair and makeup, delicious, special toilets. There was a sign on the toilet door that said, for the use of talent only. And that meant me and Patrick. And we were co-presenters. And that was fun because we sort of, you know, we had this Christmas tree. It was sweltering hot, September, boiling hot. We had this poor Christmas tree that was literally like parched and dying. Yeah. Thinking, I shouldn't have been chopped down for another 3 months. What's going on here?
Oh, yeah.
But it was fun. It was fun.
There you go. Yes, Patrick's been with it from the beginning, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
Forget
Yeah.
that. Right, so back to your stitch length of 2.4 and back stitching at the beginning and the end. I'm just sewing these facing pieces to the shoulder. Now let me show you, because this is where it does get a little bit confusing, because I'd pressed over by 1 centimetre, hadn't I, or eyeballed it. Now, you're going to want to unfold that pressed line on the yoke, but the part where you'd pressed the facing over 1 centimetre, you want to keep that pressed over. So the yoke part you unfold, but the facing piece you keep folded over and you sew that as it's folded.
Yeah.
And again, it shows you in the instructions exactly what it means with a nice diagram. I mean, you can't beat a person showing you like we've just done there.
Absolutely agree.
But it's those points where you go, oh, hang on a minute. Well, there you go. We've just demystified it for you.
Jenny Jackson, by the way, has messaged in and answered the question for you, Adam.
Has she?
Are you going to the Stitch Festival? Jenny says, yes, he is. He's going to come and stay with me and we will be going together.
Oh, it's a date.
Apparently so.
Oh,
Apparently
I love
so.
Jenny Jackson. I'm so happy for her. I'm sure she won't mind me saying, because she's got her house now.
She has.
And she's got a fabulous space for a studio. I've got studio envy.
Yeah, me too.
It's huge.
It is, it's fabulous. Well done, Jenny. Really happy for you. If you've got all this space, does that mean I'm staying as well? There isn't room for all that fabulousness in one house.
Oh, it would be raucous night, wouldn't it? I can just imagine it.
Yeah.
We're going right sides together now. So this is kind of where the lapel bit comes in without you even knowing or realising, because you've got these facing parts, you see. But I am going to sandwich the collar that we've basted in between. So I'm lining up the corners of the facing. That'll match lovely because it's cut to the same shape. You'll see it straight away. Then I'm just going to go around the collar, matching up my notches. And a standard tip that I always give is to match your notches, but I always do pin a bit from one end, then the other end, and kind of work my way into the middle, after pinning the middle, that is. There we go, so put the pin in there as well. Match your shoulder seams as well. That's another match point for you. Right. Just little checkpoints within the pattern. But as I always tell people, when I started sewing, teaching myself, I never used to do the notches because I never understood what they meant.
Right.
So it was always the bit I missed out. But the biggest thing I've learned since the sewing bee really was to make sure I do all those markers.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
I used to ignore them when we were filming on the sewing bee, and I didn't know. Well, we're amateur sewers, aren't we? At that point, you know. And I don't mind. I don't think it's bad to say I feel like I had a flair for it for sure at that stage, but I was still learning. But the lockdown for me was like a crash course in everything, and every resource I could look at, reading books.
So your series was before lockdown?
During.
Oh, it was
so
during.
it was filmed during and aired probably just after we were out of.
So were you all in like a sort of isolated house on the moors?
Well, we were in London in a flat, but yeah.
Oh, you were all staying in a flat together?
Well, we had like apartments. So we were in a bubble in these apartments. We couldn't socialise with anybody else. We were under strict instructions, of course, not to.
So did you have your own bedroom
Yeah.
within an apartment?
Yeah.
But you had to share with other people? Oh, that would have been the worst.
Well, no, it
Sounds like Married at First Sight.
I knew somebody that went on that. You know,
Really?
yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
forget the Donny shirt. Tell me about that.
Oh, you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was somebody that was used to be in an amateur dramatic society with.
Of
and,
course.
Yeah. Adrian, his name is. He's a lovely chap, actually.
Yeah.
The person that he had to get married to was not so lovely.
Gosh. Well, they do that.
Or didn't come
deliberately,
across
don't
that as that way. Yeah, it's all for telly, isn't it? You know,
they? So you were in these little apartments, in these bubbles.
in these bubbles, you had to mask up and glove up every time you went to the toilet. And then, of course, you have to wash your hands and do it all again to come back. And then they filmed it quite intensely because, obviously, if anybody had caught COVID,
Yes.
then it would
Yes.
have really scuppered everything.
Because that
So
happened during things like Strictly, didn't it? People would get
Yeah.
COVID and have to leave.
This is it. So that would have been the same. And obviously, as it's getting towards, you know, the later stages of the competition, it's a little bit harder to just kind of go, oh, that person's not here anymore.
I know, we've lost one of our finalists.
Yeah. So it was quite intense. I wouldn't swap it for the world. You were saying you wouldn't either.
Oh, absolutely not. Even though it was completely not my thing, you know, well, yeah, they're not now, really. Dressmaking's not predominantly what I do, but it was an amazing experience.
That's it, exactly.
And where did you come?
I got about halfway through.
Gosh.
I
I always think of you as being the winner.
Do you know what? It's so funny. Like I remember John messaging me while
Who won the
it was
7th
happening.
series?
The 7th series was the Scottish lady Serena, who was training to be a doctor. She still is training to be a doctor.
Right.
Yeah, she did really phenomenally well. But a lot of other people, Raf was a semi-finalist as well.
Yeah.
I try and see Raf when I'm down in London quite
Yeah.
a bit, actually. I'm doing something absolutely terrible and marking with a Sharpie. Don't do that at home.
Don't you? Do you want a proper marking tool? Do you want a proper marking tool?
I'm going rogue. It's all right, I just need a little dot. I just missed them out. Oh, I might have notched it, actually. Oh, I notched it, that's why. There's a little circle mark on your pattern. And for that, just either put a little tailor's tack in or mark it, you know, you can with a notch or whatever, but that's where you sew up to at this stage. So it's really
Right, got
important
you.
to do that. I'd notched it rather than putting a chalk line on it. So I'm also going to pin all the way down here as well. This is the neckline, this bit here. It's actually this bit,
Oh, okay.
but just up until that notch or the dot that you've marked, not with a Sharpie. I had Damien on my series and he used to mark everything with a Sharpie. He cracked me up.
Damien was oh, bish, bash, bosh, real kind of
Yeah.
laddie. He was fantastic.
He is fantastic.
Now,
Again,
he was somebody I thought we would see more of after.
yeah, I
we
think
haven't really.
we were going to get him on here. We might still. We were going to do a bit of a sewing B-Boys Day with you. John was talking about it, but it was
Yeah.
whether it was, you know, feasible for everybody to get in the same place at the same time, because that's always the thing, isn't it?
I mean, I'm not allowed to travel by helicopter, so...
Oh, okay.
No, that would be so much fun. I thought he was really... I mean, what I loved about him, and he got really far as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He had a natural ability and,
Yeah.
you know, a real flair for women's wear as well, which people don't expect blokes to have.
No.
But he was really, really great. Still is really great. But he used to mark everything with a Sharpie. He used to crack me up and he says, Adam, I mark it with a Sharpie because I mean it. There's no chance, you know. He used to draw around his pattern pieces with a Sharpie.
Fabulous.
I think there was one stage when we all went in with like a load of Sharpies just to take the mix. It was a good balance.
Brilliant.
So I'm going to sew all the way around that neck edge now from one dot to the other.
Okay.
And it's again making sure that sandwich collar piece in between.
Are you sewing like you mean it now?
I'm sewing like I mean it now.
Okay, good.
Yeah, a centimetre seam allowance.
Apparently I am invited to stay in the house with you and Jenny Jackson.
Oh, fabulous. Oh, please come,
Yeah.
Stuart.
Fabulous with that.
So yeah, and that's in March then.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's the Stitch Festival at Islington. Well, I've never been before, but every year I thought I should go.
Yeah.
And this time I am.
Fab. Yeah, well, it'll be a first for both of us then.
Yeah.
I need to free myself up from work because I didn't really do any shows this year because of being so busy with the panto stuff.
I've also just planned a date with Janet Clare.
Have
Our
you?
fabulous quilty Janet Clare.
Oh,
we're going to the V&A together to see a Mary Quant exhibition in
Oh,
March.
yeah.
Yeah.
Fabulous.
I imagine that we'll be drinking cocktails as well. That will be quite sophisticated. That won't be like staying with you and Jenny in a house.
No, if me and Jenny will go into a Mary Quant exhibition, we'd both be wearing miniskirts.
Oh, yes. Let me know what day you'll be there.
What, so you can avoid it?
Oh, no.
Oh, great. Yeah, so centimetre seam allowance. I'll finish this bit off and then you've got the lapel then, so
Great.
if I've got the
We'll
time,
round
am
up
I
after
allowed?
that.
Nearly there, because you'll see the effect of it then. And that's the bit I wanted to show you. If we're short for time, I can just show you the one half.
Sewers, you have 60 seconds. Does that make your heart go a bit? Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, I've done some speed sewing at work to get stuff done and out, but there's nothing worse than sewing fast.
I know. For about 4 years after doing Sewing Bee, I couldn't see a purple dressing gown without feeling physically sick.
No.
You know, the purple dressing gowns that all the models wear?
Yes.
Because for me, that was the absolute, like, stomach churning, like, this is completely out of my depth making to actually fit a real person.
It is nerve-wracking to do that, you know. Even now, when I've made costumes for people at work that we've never met, like, it's hard because they don't measure themselves accurately enough.
No.
I'm pretty good at being able to look at somebody, even if it's in a picture, and kind of assess their proportions.
Oh, well, this will be interesting. Adam.
Very good proportions.
Are you thinking Christmas bauble?
No, I'm not. No. But the thing is, you know, like, kind of go, oh, yeah, okay, like, you know, you kind of then can look at the measurements and go,
yeah,
right, you know, it's going to need to be broader in the shoulders, or, you know, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
But yeah, but it is quite nerve-wracking to, you know, make for somebody, and even now I still pray it fits.
Yeah. Well, I remember my model who I had, who was lovely, saying to me literally within the first 5 minutes of meeting her that at college she had trained as a pattern cutter.
Right. Oh,
and
wow.
she said to me, well, I can't wait to see how you work.
And you're like...
I was like, well, you were in for a treat.
So, yeah, to add to the nerves then. Right, so just to finish off, I would have clipped the corners again of this notched lapel, but I've just, and then pressed them, but I've just turned it through for now, so you can see. Oh, let me put it on here. So now, look, do you see? It's already happened.
Yeah, it's there.
So it's actually an easier way.
That is easy.
And that's the facing. That all gets sewn down in the end. The centre front gets sewn down along with the sides.
Yeah.
You put the sleeves in flat, which is easier.
Oh, you mentioned that earlier on, actually,
Yeah.
didn't you, with the jacket we did?
That's it.
Fab.
And then another tip is before you put the sleeves in, it tells you in here, is to press your hem allowance up first, then fold it back down, do all your sewing business, and then when you come to hem your sleeves, you'll have the pressed line there, so it's
already
really
there.
easy.
What a clever idea.
There's a tip for you as well.
That's brilliant, yeah. I love how you reduce the whole dressmaking art form to when you've done your sewing stuff.
When you've done the sewing bit.
When you've done your sewing stuff, do that. Brilliant. Adam, fabulous. I need to recap. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you so much.
When are you back?
January and towards the end, the 20-something.
Okay, well, have a very Merry Christmas.
You too, and a Merry Christmas to everybody at home as well.
Brilliant. Adam Brooks, everybody. Now, let's just quickly recap these fabrics. The bundle we were working with, viscose only, okay, in even load. A classic William Morris print from the 1880s. Beautiful. Yeah, absolutely lovely. So pretty. Will you finish that, Adam?
Yeah, do you want it?
Yeah, gorgeous.
Yeah.
Absolutely lovely. So beautiful. Love that fabric. $19.99, not the per metre price, that's the bundle price. 2 metres there for $19.99. Absolutely fab. Brilliant. For stashing, if nothing else. 150 centimetres wide, that one. Now, next up, the viscose, again, tulip and willow. Tulip and willow. 2 metre bundle. $19.99 again. The faux silk version has just about sold out. There's one left. There's just one left. But that's the version in viscose. Next up, viscose clover. Again, super popular. There's only one remaining in the faux silk. So we won't look at that one again, but this is the viscose version. So a little bit easier to sew, a little bit more well-behaved. Faux silk, just a little slippery. Just careful handling and you'll be fine. But if you want a nice, easy, beginner-level fabric, go for the viscose. It's $19.99 for 2 metres. Golden Lily viscose. So rich. Absolutely lovely, isn't it? So that is the viscose version, $19.99 for 2 metres. That's enough to make the 7X size Donny shirt. I've also got that same print in faux silk this time. So this is one where we have got a little bit of stock left. Just beautiful. What about a dressing gown in that?
Oh, yeah.
A shorty dressing gown. Or a quilted, you could quilt a jacket. You could do a quilted jacket in that.
Yeah, yeah, you'd
That
have to
layered
make sure
with-
it's stabilised well enough, won't you?
Yeah,
with
you
the
would.
505 and whatnot.
Yeah,
but
or if you use something like, well, I think I'd use a silk batting.
Yeah.
Use a silk batting or a bamboo batting and quilt it. Oh, almost like a smoking jacket style. Anyway, 2 metres of that for $19.99. It's fab, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. That is the Golden Lily. Strawberry Thief in viscose. Strawberry Thief in viscose. I know I've mentioned this before, but Tracy Dennis works a lot in viscose. And if you've got any of her Owl and Sewing Cat patterns, dressmaking patterns, and pretty much for all of them, viscose is one of her recommended fabrics. So if you've got the pattern and you're looking for the perfect fabric, I think we might have just found it. Classic William Morris Strawberry Thief design in the classic colourway too. Love that. Now I do also have that in faux silk, which again is just decadent and lovely. This is the one that the original sample's made in, of course. There it is. Yeah. Just feels amazing. Now, don't forget the all-important pattern, which is probably under here somewhere. Or not. Oh! There it is. The Donny from the Friday Pattern Company. Intermediate design for woven fabrics, extra small to 7X. You could also make this in something like a linen, couldn't you? Or a linen mix.
Linen would be perfect.
Lovely,
for
wouldn't it? So year round.
Yeah.
Silky for the autumn, winter, dressy kind of, or weddings, and then something like a linen mix, a cotton.
Yeah. Or even that 4-ounce denim we had on earlier.
That'd be lovely. A
Would still
chambray
work. Yeah.
shirting.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Could you make this shirt in chiffon? Is that too light?
It'd probably probably be a bit too sheer. I mean, you could use it as a layered garment, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, in my first episode of Sewing Bee, I made a tiered chiffon dress as an overlay, because that was kind of in, a buffet dress or something they called it.
Oh, I remember that.
Remember? And it was like a paisley print.
Yes.
It was lovely. Again, it can be quite tricky to handle, but there's no reason why you couldn't.
Was it called a buffet dress because you wore it when you went to a buffet so you could just keep eating?
Yeah, apparently that's what it was. Yeah.
or hide food under it? Because you're not really allowed to take food away, are you? But I suppose if it's under the layers of a buffet, I'm just thinking it through.
Perfect Christmas dress.
Yeah, love that. Why don't they make a men's version? Beautiful. Right, we're going to go to the break. When we come back, important news, great news. We've got the Brother FS250 back in stock with a free walking foot. It won't be delivered before Christmas, but it would be delivered between Christmas and New Year, which for me is near enough. I will see you after this.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street. Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous. Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Oh, welcome back for our final hour on Sewing Street. This morning's been a riot. How lovely. I love Adam. He's such a joy, isn't he? And just a brilliant ambassador for dressmaking as well. We love our guests here. Now, we love our heroes. Adam's a hero. The Brother FS250 is a hero. And a sewing machine that I see all the time at workshops and when I'm talking to people at shows. So many of you have the Brother FS250 and love it. It is, for me, the best value sewing machine in its price range. It is, for me, unbeatable. I haven't seen any sewing machine in this price range that comes even close to the package that you get. Now, we sold out of the Brother FS250, I think, last week. We had, that was definitely, I said at the time, this was the stock that we would have for Christmas delivery. And once it's sold out, we would not get it back in time for Christmas delivery. And that is true. We have literally got this back in stock today. We are not promising Christmas delivery now. This would be delivered shortly after Christmas. However, you know, if you wanted to give this as a Christmas gift, you know, I've done it before with other things. You know, I print out a picture and I put it in a card and say this is arriving any day soon, and that's fine, you know. There isn't time on Christmas Day to start unpacking a sewing machine, and you certainly wouldn't be able to go and enjoy it because there'll be other things to do. But here it is. Now, if you have a look on the Brother website, you will find this. Yeah, look at the blue box, £799. And thank goodness that includes VAT. Because otherwise that would be an extra 20%. Oh, this includes VAT too, by the way. £799. That's the exact same machine for £399. You get an extension table with ours. You get a hard case. You get, is it 14 feet? Or 13 or 14 feet with this machine. You also get, now this is an extra that Sewing Street have added in. You get a free walking foot with this machine, and that's because I whined and I asked, and I said, please could we, because everyone who buys this machine will want a walking foot, and nobody wants to have to spend extra money on an essential foot. So you get that £40 worth for free included with the machine, which is fantastic. That's an extra 10% really, isn't it? So you get that included. If you want a darning foot for the machine, that is an extra, but it's £17.49. And it's one of those things that you may or may not want. But I know a walking foot is something every sewer wants. So you get that. You get 14 extra feet with the machine. So you get all of your usual feet that you'd expect. So things like your zigzag, your general utility foot, your monogramming or open-toed satin stitch foot. You get things like a buttonhole foot. There are 8 different buttonholes on this machine, automatic one-step buttonholes. You get a button sewing foot, an overlocking foot. You get a blind hemming foot as well. But you also get a zipper foot, of course, but you also get a fully adjustable zipper and piping foot. You get a Teflon or non-stick foot for sewing things like oilcloth. That's an extra. You get a bias binding attaching foot. You get a ruffling or gathering foot. You also get a straight stitch foot, a 5-groove pin tuck foot. I mean, you just get loads. That all-important walking foot's been added in by Sewing Street. It's a $39.99 value and it's completely free. You can buy them separately if you want to. And normally, if you buy the Brother FS250, you don't get a walking foot. It's $3.99. You don't get a walking foot included. But I asked a little while ago, and actually it keeps getting added, so that's bodes well, doesn't it? But everyone needs a walking foot. And also, it's not generic. It is a Brother. It is made by Brother for Brother. So that's fab, isn't it? There's your walking foot. I think that's a real good bonus. Real good bonus. You're going to use a walking foot if you're doing things like quilting or bag making, it's useful. Working with thick, heavy layers. It's also really good if you're working with tricky fabric, slippy, or things like brushed cotton, flannel. It's really useful. Also, if you've done lots of careful pattern matching on, say, joining widths of fabric for curtains or blinds, the last thing you want is for your presser foot to kind of push the fabric along and mismatch your pattern. Use your walking foot and that won't happen. It'll keep your 2 layers of fabric perfectly aligned, so perfect pattern matching as well. Brilliant to have that included. Now, you also, as I say, you get an extension table, and to fit that, you just pull the accessory box off. So this is where you're going to keep the majority of your feet and tools, that kind of thing. This also exposes the free arm. So if you're doing something like bag making, dressmaking, this is super useful. You'll pull your extension table on at this point if you're using it. No extra cost for that extension table, and they can be 50 odd pounds. You get that included. This is what I'm talking about. There is no other machine at this price that offers you all of that. Here's your feed dog. So push that to drop your feed dogs. They drop back, and then pull it back. Nothing happens until you take that first stitch, and then, did you see the feed dogs come up? Watch again. So they drop away, and then when you push them back up, nothing happens until you turn the wheel and they come back up again. So easy. You also get 250 stitches on this machine. And that doesn't include the alphabet. So here on the front of the machine, you get these sort of, it's almost like a flip chart. Here are all your utility stitches. So things like straight stitches, zigzags, stretch stitches as well for sewing things like lycra, jersey. You've got your overlocking stitches there as well. Some lovely simple heirloom serpentine stitch, lovely for quilting that. There's your blanket stitch. You've also got some special stitches for patchwork and quilting. So for example, stitch, is it 46? That's your 1/4 inch seam allowance. Just with a touch of a button. You've got all your buttonholes there as well. Okay, some decorative stitches. Flip it up, more decorative, some satin stitches, some mirror imaged stitches as well. You're never going to lose that. It's part of your machine. And then look up the top here. Here at the top, you have another little flip. And tucked in here, these are your alphabets. So you get 3 alphabets, all uppercase. You get a solid, you get a cursive or joined up, and you get an outline. You also, if I tilt the machine forward, you can see there, you get your numbers, 0 to 9, and all your punctuation, hashtag, things like that, plus your European accented letters. While we're there, look how easy it is to wind a bobbin. This could be your first machine, this could be your 10th machine. I suspect you might stop with this machine because it'll offer you everything you need. The bobbin's easy to wind. It's got a little cutting system on the winder, so you don't have to start threading the thread up through the bobbin. You literally just wind it a few times around the bobbin, pop it on, and then cut the thread off on these thread cutters, and then push it away to the side to engage the motor, and then that will wind up until it's full, and then at that point it will spring back and stop automatically. Once you've done that, that bobbin is a top loader. So if you look down here, so this is giving you the proper royal tour. Here's your top loading bobbin. So you literally push that little button, this plate comes out, your bobbin drops in there, it's super easy. You can see, when you're doing your sewing, you can see what colour bobbin it is, how much thread's there. It makes it a lot easier. And then the path for threading your bobbin is all printed on your bobbin, on your the bed of your sewing machine. So you can't lose these things. They're there as visual reminders all the time. I mean, Brothers' tagline is at your side. And they are in so many ways. You've got dedicated customer helpline on the top of the machine. But for me, the brother at your side is about feeling like you've got a brother with you while you're sewing, because everything you need is printed on the machine or it comes up on your visual display. You know, we've got used to intuitive technology, haven't we, with things like iPads and and phones, to the extent that now when I'm reading a real book, I go like this, or if I'm looking at the computer, I try and enlarge a picture. These things have become so intuitive. But your sewing machine, your Brother FS250 is set up like that. Now you might have wondered sometimes what the FE is. It's the Brother FS250 FE. And you might have wondered what the FE is. That's Fashion Edition. So the machine is the Fashion Edition, and that is the 7 extra feet that you get. So normally you'd get 7 feet with this machine, you get 14. Because things like your bias binding attaching foot, your gathering foot, your non-stick, your fully adjustable zipper and piping foot, these are all fashion feet for your machine. So they're really there particularly to use for dressmaking. So if you're an avid dressmaker, you've got those feet. If you're a general sewer, you've got all your 7 utility feet that you'd get anyway. And then if you're a quilter, a home decor sewer, curtain maker, blind maker, your walking foot is really going to be that additional foot that makes the whole package complete. Just a brilliant deal, this one. Absolutely brilliant deal. Well done if you've got yours. Whether they're in time for Christmas or just a few days after, at the end of the day, this is not for Christmas, is it? This is forever. This is for years and years to come. This is going to grow with you. When you decide that you want to do dressmaking, you've got the feet. You don't have to start buying anymore. If you want to start quilting, you've got the feet. As Adam said this morning, the jacket that he did, the Tamarack jacket that he did, if you're a dressmaker who's never quilted before, this is your way in. If you're a quilter that's never dressmade before, this is your way in. And when you get one of those crossover projects, you need a machine that does it all. Now, Barbara from Surrey's got in touch to say, hi Stuart, I got my Brother FS250 last March without the freebies. It was still fantastic value and I use it most days. That's lovely, Barbara. Yeah, I love that because, you know, these sewing machines, they come with a hard cover for when you're not using them. But I love it when people say, I don't ever put my sewing machine away. It's out all the time. But you can, of course, just leave it, you know, maybe in your dining room, pop the hard case on top so it doesn't get knocked. And then it's there for you every time you want to use it. All right. Now, we're going to do log cabin mug mats. These are cute. This is from June Taylor. This is the Quilt As You Go log cabin mug mats. And it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. This makes 3 mug mats. $10.99. And this is really cool stuff. What you get in the package is you get a set of instructions and you get printed batting. Now I'm going to go in and show you what you get. They're so cute, they're really cool. So you've got all your instructions and this talks you through how to make your projects. You've got your fabric requirements, your cutting requirements, and it's a self-binding. So the backing actually folds over to create the binding, which makes it easy. And then what you've got is this printed batting. So it's an 80-20 quilt batting. That's the finished size of your project. So it's a good, decent size. You'd get your mug and you'd get your little small plate there with your biscuits on or your mince pie. And the blue lines that are printed are your fabric placement lines. So what you do is you start with number 1 and you place your fabric and it's cut to size and it will fit just inside the blue line. It'll fit exactly. And then you lay fabric piece number 2 on top, right sides together. And you line up the edge of the strip of fabric number 2 with this blue line. Okay. Wait a minute, yes. Yes. Sorry, I was just thinking it through. Sorry, that's me thinking. You could probably hear the ticking. And then you sew your seam allowance. Now you don't sew on the blue line. The blue line is your fabric placement line. That's what I was thinking about. You sew your 1/4 inch seam as you normally would. So your 1/4 inch seam will be about here. When you flip your fabric back, the raw edge will literally just come to that blue line. It won't go over it, it won't be inside, it will just be to that line. And then what you need to do is don't use your iron for this bit. You can use your wooden June Taylor seam wand for this, or you can even run your fingernail down it and just press the fabric back. And then you add piece number 3, so that will line up here, sew your seam, flip it back. So and actually you've got your backing fabric on as well. So you actually put backing fabric on first. So as you're sewing your seams, you're actually quilting it at the same time. Once you've finished the whole thing, you carefully trim the batting away, but you leave excess fabric all the way around. And then you fold that fabric, if you like, in and over, and then you top stitch all the way around, and that's your self-binding. Ever so cute, $10.99, it makes 3, and you can use up your scraps. Yeah, it's a nice little project, that, isn't it? You get it finished quickly, nice sense of satisfaction. Sometimes you just need a quick finish, don't you? To think, you know, I've done that, and now I'm ready for something bigger. Or even if somebody's new to sewing or quilting, this is a little bit of a different method. It's easy to do, very easy to do. I've done some of these before, and they're easy. Now, I've got some Sew with Beth folded Sashco. Oh, yes, got it here. This is Sew with Beth. Right, this is the Sashco button over pouch in the red. Right, let's grab this out and I'll show you what you get. You get loads. Have a look at the finished image while I get everything out ready. It's really cute. And you get everything in this kit, actually. So you get your full instructions. You also get your outer fabrics. You've got Sashco. This is all pre-marked. So you layer that. You've got your batting. You layer it. You Sashco stitch this. You get your Sashco thread. You also get your needle as well. You even get that. So you do your Sashco and then you make it up. You've got your lining fabric as well. You've got everything you need. You've even got this little gold elastic and your button so you can finish the whole project. So everything's included. It's not even £14.50, it's £12.99 today. That's gorgeous. Now, obviously, you won't get this before Christmas, but that is a stocking filler, isn't it, really? That's a really good price for a complete project. And, of course, you get full instructions, so if you wanted to make this again, then you absolutely can. I've got fewer than 20 of them left. That price crash has sent everyone scurrying. It is a good price. It is a good price. Now, I've also got that available in a blue. Again, I'll open this up so you can see the fabrics you're getting. Are we crashing this one too? Nice. Very nice. So look, here we go. You, these are lovely. Look, you get this lovely soft sort of, almost like sakura, plum blossom, cherry blossom print. And then you get your pre-marked Sashco. You get your thread, you get your needle, you get your button, your elastic, full instructions. It's just a really lovely little project. Single figures in the blue. Single figures in the blue. Oh, it looks lovely in the blue, or the red actually. Very nice, yeah, really nice project. Now, next up, something for the home. This is the Alice Caroline Rainbow Butterfly Cushion. This is absolutely beautiful. So it's a pillow. Isn't that lovely? And so you've got your main outline done in that gorgeous pink. So that's a solid butterfly, the whole thing. And then what you do is you cut out the individual patches from Liberty, and they are lawn. Liberty Lawn, look at those. It's such a beautiful showcase, isn't it, of a rainbow. We started the day with rainbow and here we are again. It's just beautiful. It was demonstrated the 5th of March last year. 22, yeah, wow. Okay, so you get your pink, you get all your lawn, you get your background fabric as well. This is for the background of your cushion. And basically you use fusible web, you fuse those down and then zigzag or blanket stitch around the patches. You've also got your fabric to make your small butterflies in the background. Now you could make it up as a pillow, but you could also use that as the centre of a lovely lap quilt or wall quilt. So it could be the start of something. Well, you could repeat these butterfly motifs, couldn't you? Elsewhere in the quilt, you could put frames around that centre rectangle. $34.99 for that, for everything. Yummy, really nice. Now, I've got some Village fabrics. Yes, these are lovely. Now, these are your sort of perfect, never sewn before, brand new to it. Thanks, Levi. Oh, no, that's not. Have we got 3 colourways, did you say? I've got the other one. Right. Yes. So we've got modern. We've got, that's the modern. Then there's batik and vintage. That's it, thank you. Right. Yes, we'll start with modern. So what's fab about this is you get absolutely everything you need. You get piecing thread, you get quilting thread, you get a pack of machine needles, a label for the back of the project. You get all the fabrics, you get your wadding, you get your backing fabric, your binding. It really is a complete, you just need a sewing machine, you don't get that. But you just need a sewing machine. You get full instructions and you're going to make 2 different blocks. You're going to do some simple piecing with strips and squares to create the 9-patch blocks. And you practice that twice. And then you're going to make some simple half-square triangles to make the friendship star in the centre. You're going to add sashings, you're going to add cornerstones, you're going to layer, quilt and bind. So really you're learning everything you need to quilt, to make a larger quilt in this runner. $39.99? I don't think so. Is that £10 off? That is £10 off. That's a quarter off. That's 25%. Absolutely fab. All designed by Village Fabrics, of course. Now remember, everything you get in there is phenomenal. I did these actually with Yvonne Makatamni. You get a label for the back, you get piecing and quilting thread, quality Schmetz machine needles, all the fabrics you require for the top, the backing, the binding, the wadding. You really do get absolutely everything. And your instructions, I mean, Yvonne Makatamni's instructions are always excellent. She's a teacher, she understands what students need, but I know that Yvonne's actually gone back a step and said, this is for somebody who's never rotary cut before, has never machine pieced before. This is absolutely acknowledging the basics. So, perfect. We say lots of projects are good for beginners. This one is perfect. And it's £10 off. We'll do the batik next. Personal favourite of Yvonne's, I know. She absolutely loves her batik fabrics. And look at those, just glorious. This colourway is more limited. Yvonne's personally chosen threads that match. Your piecing and your quilting threads. All the fabrics you need. Backing and binding. A pack of machine needles as well. She really has thought of everything, even your waddings in there. I've got single figures of this one. And again, you're saving £10. You're saving 25% on the price. That's your batik. Oh, I've got fewer than 5 left. Fewer than 5 left. And then my last version, this is a bit of me. This is called Vintage. And this one, look at these lovely, you've got some Tilda in there. Gorgeous Tilda fabric, a lovely soft teal as well, and a lovely sort of creamy off-white there, plus a very traditional label. That's lovely. You've got your piecing and your quilting thread. Full instructions as well for $29.99. That's just lovely, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Right, so that's all about to sell out, all three. All three. Now, Amanda Little pouches. I've got them here. I've got the actual finished sample here. So this is the gorgeous bag. I've got that just here. Right, oh, is it the blue? Blue to start with, yep, got that here. Right, okay. So, when was this demoed, Hannah? 11th of March this year. So it's this gorgeous bag. Okay. Can you see it's fussy cut? It's got a special sort of fussy cutting. Look at that. Yeah, fussy cut. She's done all the hard work for you. It also inside, it's fully lined and it has this drawstring. So if I just... So you pull that up. So if this was your knitting bag, for example, knitting or crochet inside, drawstring to keep everything dust and light free and tidy, everything goes in and there's your bag. Now, what you get in the bundle is you get your full instructions, okay? And this is full instructions to make up your panel. So then you get your panel. Now, Levi, I might need you for a moment. If you can grab one side, thank you. So this is your panel. And what you can see now is, look, here are your fussy cut pieces along the bottom. Do you see those? So you don't have to actually fussy cut anything. They've been printed in a fussy cut style. So you cut everything out of the panel. You've got all your lining. It's all William Morris. Isn't that beautiful? And then you use your instructions to put the whole thing together. Thanks, Leon. I always call you Leon. Where do I get that from? Levi. Sorry, bonjour, Leon. Levi. Now, you could also, of course, trace off those pattern pieces onto paper and then remake the bag, couldn't you? That's what I do for $33.99. That's what I do. That's what I do. Yes, it's William Morris style fabric. It's like an arts and crafts style. Yeah. Gorgeous. It's really lovely. It's a gorgeous design. Absolutely gorgeous. Very, very, very popular. Very popular. It's gonna be popular. I love Wicked. And then I've got a second colourway. This is a bit of me, actually. I love that look. It's poppies. Isn't that gorgeous? I'll open that out. Look. It really is absolutely stunning. This is the main body of your bag. And then look at that lining. It's like willow leaves. Beautiful. And then, of course, you get your full instructions as well. But do trace off the pattern pieces, won't you? And then you'll have them forever. $33.99. And it would equally look good if it wasn't fussy cut, you know? If you just use something like, can you imagine a K facet fabric for this? It's just a really lovely shaped bag. I'll show you again in the blue colourway. It's got sort of 6 panels that are sewn together. So it's sort of hexagonal, isn't it, in style? Do you see? Let me show you as I say, this one is a bit of me. Levi? Thank you. So I'm just going to throw it over the countertop so we can see it properly. There we go. That is absolutely lovely, isn't it? Yeah, beautiful. Love that willow lining. Love that hit of red with the poppies. It's just lovely. It's very usable, very useful. I think it would make a great crochet or knitting bag, a sort of crafting bag, because you've got, you know, that drawstring top that you can sort of keep everything secure inside. So it's a good work bag. But then, once everything's inside, just very stylish. I think this has probably got something like H640 or quilt wadding inside. So it's softly structured. Gorgeous, isn't it? And love it in the blue, but really, really love it in that red and green poppy print. Just beautiful. That's a clever Amanda Little pattern. Now then, I've got so much to get through. Waterproof fabric is good. Yes. Have we, oh, that's a bundle, sorry. Oh, the paw print. Yeah. It's okay. Oh, I'll be back. It's at the front, I can't get to it. Now I have to try and hop back up onto my stool. Oh, there we go. Right. Yeah, very useful fabrics, these. These are waterproof. We'll start off with the blue. These are good even if you literally just put a piece in the back of the car. You don't even have to hem it. Just put it in the back of the car if wet dogs get inside. Or wet children. Or wet you. It's water repellent. So it's got this waterproof lining. You could use this for dog beds. You could do a little sort of inner cushion to put inside, you know, like travelling crates, things like that. Or if you're taking your dog or your cat to the VET, just in case any of them are watching. If you're going to the VET, thank goodness dogs and cats can't spell. They speak English, but they can't spell. Perfect. Perfect, because if there are any little protests or accidents, it's easy to clean. It's 100% polyester, so easy to care for. You can chuck it in the washing machine, and I would use a polyester fibre fill, or if you're doing something thinner, you could use a polyester quilt batting, and then you can just throw the whole thing in the washing machine. Easy to look after. So that's the blue, £4.99 per half metre. It's very wide, by the way. It's about 54 wide. And then we've also got it in the red. So same price. It's a lovely kind of madder red. Beautiful, isn't it? Madder. It's a plant. And madder produces a very particular type of red. You know the red that they use on French General fabrics? It's this red. That's sort of obviously a modern version of, but the colour is called madder red. It's the red you get from the madder plant. You also get lovely pinks from madder. Lovely shades of pink. Excuse me. Can we do that bundle as well? Is that all right? Can I just... Ooh, this was Alison Marion. I did these shows with Alison Marion. So you get the pattern as well, don't you? Excuse me. Right, you get the pattern. And it's for her trio of totes. And I was blown away with how clever these patterns are. They're absolutely brilliant. You get 3 different styles of shopping tote. They're all made out of ripstop. And so they weigh almost nothing. They fold up and go in your pocket. And then they open out into sort of really big usable sizes. There's like a sort of a concertina style. There's sort of like a supermarket carrier bag that is most definitely not a plastic bag. And then also there's another one that sort of opens out like a big tote, like a foldable tote that folds up into its own little pocket. Be more eco-friendly. Make your own. Keep the bags with you. You know, I mean, now carrier bags in supermarkets, you can pay 60p a pound. £60. That's in Waitrose, Hannah. That's at Waitrose. And then you also get 4. Now, what do you get? So you get 3 half meters and 1 fat quarter. And that fat quarter is for putting appliques. So if you want to put the "this is not a plastic bag" on, you get the letters. So you can put "this is not a plastic bag," or you can put a smiley face, or a recycling. You get all of those within your pattern. Yeah, brilliant. Reduce, reuse, recycle. That's great. $14.99. It's a fab price as well, isn't it? The 1st of June this year, if you want to see the demo, it was brilliant. Alison Marion was on fire. Okay. Now I have a hot water bottle cover from Living in Loveliness. Yes, here we go. Fabulously Fast Fat Quarter Fun. Is that the one? So you get the full pattern for the hot water bottle cover and the eye mask. Now within that pattern, you get all of the pattern pieces that you need. So you can make this from fat quarters, from, you know, your yardage, again and again and again. But to get you started, you also get a printed, pre-printed fabric panel. And what this has on, rather than you needing pattern pieces, everything's actually printed. Do you see? So you've got your hot water bottle cover, you've got your eye mask, you've got all your various bits and pieces that you need, all pre-printed. So that'll make up one set. I think that's really good, because what you can do is, especially if you're quite new to sewing, is use the panel first, make it up. So all you're having to do then is just follow the sewing instructions. Then you get a sense of how it's made. Then when you use pattern pieces to cut it from kind of yardage for the first, it won't seem quite so intimidating. Do you know what I mean? If you've never done sewing before or projects like this. So I think it's a really cool idea to have the printed panel and the pattern. And $17.99, that's fab, isn't it? It's from the So Relaxing series. You see, otherwise you would have needed 4 fat quarters. Well, you're talking £16, £17 for those. And then you would need the pattern, which is $9.99. So you're making a really good saving, actually, to be able to make both projects using the panel first. And these are 100% cotton. If you're putting batting inside that, by the way, I'd recommend Thermolam. And that will help to keep your hot water bottle hotter for longer. All right, that's lovely. And that's from Kerry at Living in Loveliness. Now I've got Sew with Beth pegs. 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 Oh, yes, the peg bag kit. Oh, this is cute. This is cute. So it's a peg bag. Oh, yeah. It isn't new, but oh, ooh. Oh, wait, can I open this? I'm going to open this. We're crashing the price as well. Oh, look, you get so much in here. You get so much in here. So look. You get a little handmade wooden badge. You get your embellishing thread. You get, look at all these lovely scraps of all different fabrics for doing your appliques. You get loads of different, there's some batiks, there's some gold prints, there's all sorts in there. You get your denim to make your peg bag with. You get your fusible web for your fusible applique. Look at the backing or the lining fabric. Adore, sweet pea, cutie pie, B-A-E, bay, earth, before any other, yeah? No, before anyone else. Before, I think bay means before anyone else. That's what it stands for. See, you all use these terms, bay, that you're talking about your girlfriend or boyfriend. You don't even know what it means. B-A-E stands for before anyone else. Do you know, I've never felt more superior. Because usually I don't know what any of these modern things mean. And that time I did. Yes, there we are. But look at that. That's brilliant. Moi, XOXO, moi. That's like a big kiss, Dan. It's like a big smacker. That's a smacker. And then XOXO means kiss, hug, because the O stands for a hug. No one wants to be in my circle, my inner circle. But you get a tremendous amount, plus you get full instructions, of course, to make it again and again. But I think that is amazing. And did you do a cheeky crash to $14.99? Very nice indeed. If you've got, well, I'm saying it now, I mean, it's not Christmas yet, but if you're getting Christmas money, my mum always gives me Christmas money, which I always feel like I can just indulge myself with. It's not like real money, is it? It's not like real money. You can spend it on anything you like, even something frivolous. I love that. I love that. Right, that's that. Lampshade kit. Did you say it's a Jenny Jackson lightsaber? In the Alison glass? Oh, yes, okay. This is a lampshade kit. Don't think you can't do this. They're so easy, they're brilliant. You get fabrics, 3 lots of Alison glass. You get all your foundation, your English paper piecing shapes. So you're going to do English paper piecing to create fabric, okay? Then, oh, hello. Then, that was Santa falling down the chimney. He's here, he's here. Talking about, oh, Christmas crackers just walked into the studio. Pauline Wheeler. All right, Pauline. Hey? Pauline, Pauline! Pauline Wheeler. Sorry, everyone. I always do that with Pauline. Don't know why. I do know why. Pauline's on Hobby Maker this afternoon. I do, if I'm watching Hobby Maker and Pauline comes up, I shout, Pauline. Anyway, lampshade kit as well. Super easy to use. Jenny Jackson did it live on air. It takes about 3 minutes to turn it into a lampshade. You won't believe what professional results you'll get. 28th of May. 28th of May. Gosh, was it that long ago? Where's this year gone to? Wild. That's the Alison Glass version. There's also a green solids version as well, which I'm going to grab. So you get 3 different shades of green solids for doing your patchwork. Very nice sort of 3-dimensional effects with that. You get your English paper piecing shapes, your full instructions, and your lampshade kit. And this can be used for either a hanging lampshade or a lampshade that goes on a base. So you can use it either way. But absolutely brilliant. $38.99 for that. Really lovely. A bit of a different project for your English paper piecing. Right, we're going to do the menu because time has run away with us. It's me tomorrow, my last day before Christmas. We're starting off at 8 a.m. with cosy flannel fabrics. Love them. Susie Duncan is in at 9 o'clock with the Pinwheels Quilt and Cushion Duo. At 10 a.m. quilting rulers. I suspect I'll be getting my rotary cutter out in that hour. At 11 o'clock, it's the Anne Keenan Higging Bonjour quilt with Susie Duncan. Leon, will you be here for that? Your French name, Leon. And then at 12 o'clock, dressmaking tools and fabrics. Gorgeous. Don't forget the Brother FS250 FE is back in stock with free walking foot worth $39.99. You won't get it in time for the big day Christmas, but you will get it shortly after. And frankly, Christmas is such a busy few days. You'd only be frustrated trying to open your sewing machine and use it while everyone was saying, where's the dinner? What we having? And you're saying, I'm just doing buttonholes at the moment. Thank you. But absolutely brilliant sewing machine. It's been an absolute pleasure to have your company this morning. Thank you for all the messages and all the lols. It's been lovely. And also thank you, of course, to Adam Brooks for being the most wonderful guest this morning. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Levi. And thank you, Hannah, as well. And thank you. See you soon.